We're going to drain the swamp of corruption. Drain the swamp. And that's what we're doing. We are going to Washington, D.C., and we are going to drain the swamp.
Is Harvey Barnard from the Nesara organization. Nesara stands for National Economic Stabilization and Recovery Act. It's a package that Harvey has put together, and he joins us in studio today.
I'm a systems troubleshooter. I take a look at a system for my clients and decide what's wrong, what are the problems. And we've got some real problems in this country. This time next year, we're looking at a $6 trillion debt. Nesara is the only bill out there that says we get rid of $1 trillion worth of debt up front.
Drain the swamp, and that's what we're doing.
Hi, I'm DIONESE GERBRECHT, D for short. As you may know, my father was Harvey Francis Barnard, author of the National Economic Stabilization and Recovery Act. We can clear up a misconception right there. It is stabilization.
Well, good evening. Welcome to the Real Nesara Show. How are y'all doing? Me, you're doing good, FCB and his.
I'm doing well, love. I'm doing well. I mean, lots going on, as you know.
Yeah.
We were just talking about in the pre-show, lots going on. But yeah, how you going?
I'm doing fine. Been a busy week for me. It looks like it's been a really busy week for you. I've been caught your show the other night, and I'm excited to see what you got coming up this weekend. So.
Oh, look, tomorrow's show is going to be amazing. I mean, as I said, you know, President Trump does things for a reason, and he's reintroducing narratives because he's setting, shall we say, those close to him for a major fall.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be exciting to watch. I know. So, well, tonight we have got chapter 6, the devil's in the details, and Harvey talks a lot about that, and so we'll dive into that. And we're going to talk a little bit about tariffs and a little bit about Bitcoin and that kind of stuff. And, you know, you and I were talking earlier about the grifters. And,
yes.
And so I think that we both agree. I'm tired of them taking up the oxygen in the room.
I agree.
You know,
I totally agree with you. I think it's, you know, people should know basically to use their discernment, right?
Right.
When you know, I mean, I've done the Kraken, I've done so much on it, you know, and people really need to use their discernment and to be saying, right, hold on a minute, what is this person doing? Right? And then work it out for themselves. We don't need to sit there and repeat it over and over again.
Correct.
And we basically, look, we've given them enough rope to go and hang themselves.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I definitely want to make the distinction. You know, there are the grifters, and they know that they are stringing people along. There's also a group of people who have been their followers and are now kind of figuring this out, you know, and I want to let them know that they are welcome here.
Yes.
I want them to be a part of this conversation, a part of this debate, because there's all kinds of things that we need to decide about as we go through this. And we're going to talk about some of those things tonight. But they're, like I said, the people that are genuinely interested in fixing the system, and we welcome you here. As far as the grifters, if there's one way to I guess if you want to stop them, because I get those kind of messages, you have to stop them. Well, that's up to you. And it's pretty easy. All you have to do is stop feeding them. Okay. Stop feeding them. Don't unsubscribe from their channels, unsubscribe from their newsletters or clubs. Do not watch their videos. Do not like or dislike or comment. Okay. If you just stop feeding them, that is the way that they will slowly, fade out.
Oh, yes.
And-
did Dr. Scott Young get in contact with you? Remember that little invitation?
Yes, we did. We did put that gauntlet down. And no, I have had 0 responses from anyone.
No surprise. You know that.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
But it's still open. I'm still willing to talk to anyone who wants to come on by.
Well, we opened it up for, discussion. And as I said, if they come here, don't bring their NDAs with them.
Right.
That's the conditions. I mean, we don't want you bringing your NDAs because we know they don't exist, right? Number one.
Right. Exactly.
Okay. And, I have a saying that, don't piss on our heads and tell us that it's raining. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's what I believe.
It is.
But you know what, Dee? We did the right thing. We put it out there. Everyone heard it.
That's right.
And they don't want to take it up. What does that tell you? It tells you they got nothing. And the thing is, they're afraid. That's what it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right.
And like you've always said, they're looking for the exit strategy, and that's where they'll be headed. But you don't have to help them. Like I said, don't watch the videos. So just turn that off and join us here. And we're just going to keep getting bigger and better as we move along. So
exactly.
Well, chapter 6 tonight. What you got?
That title right there, the devil's in the detail. Now think about that. In the contract, the devil is in the details, the fine print.
That's exactly what he's talking about.
Yeah.
That is exactly what Harvey's talking about. And so he talks about how language has been the, our undoing. In fact, I'll go ahead. I'll read this little overview for chapter 6 and kind of give people an idea. Okay, so the devil's in the details. When Harvey wrote the devil's in the details, he wasn't talking about superstition. He was talking about the law. Harvey named this chapter The Devil's in the Details because those details, the definitions, the clauses, and the compounding formulas are the devil's tools. He saw that the power to control words was the power to control people. The dollar had ceased to be a weight of silver and become a promise written by a banker. Nesara reclaims that promise for the people. He showed us that reform isn't mystical, it's mechanical. Change the definitions back to the truth, restore honest weights and measures, and the machinery of justice starts running again. The same forces that misled us in 1913 now write algorithms instead of statutes. Nesara remains the blueprint for disentangling law from illusion and from turning finance into service and government back into stewardship. In our time, we see the same battle. Central banks mint digital money while ordinary citizens drowned in compound interest. Harvey's equations showed that a simple monetization fee without compounding creates a fair, stable system. No one gets rich on someone else's debt. When he proposed replacing the income tax with a single national sales tax, he wasn't just fixing revenue. He was restoring dignity. No more hidden cost, no more political gains. Everyone pays the same rate on what they choose to consume, and the poor are protected. This chapter exposes how small changes in definitions, statutes, financial structures gave a professional elite total control over the nation's money and labor. Harvey reveals through the Federal Reserve Act, legal wordplay, and compound interest debt became institutionalized. Nesara reverses this process by restoring constitutional definitions, abolishing the Federal Reserve, introducing a lawful value-based currency, and replacing the income tax with a uniform national sales tax. So that's kind of basically, what he's talking about in this chapter.
Is that on? So is that like a summary that you did, or is
I wrote that.
Oh, you wrote that. Well,
I wrote that. Yes.
That's amazing.
Thank you.
No, very, very. I mean, Harvey would be smiling right now. I know that for a fact.
I hope so.
And you know what? Thank you for your support, guys, in the chat. They've been giving lovely support to everyone's. Hey, how are you? Giving you kisses and hugs and
okay.
all that sort of
Hi,
stuff.
everybody.
You know.
Yeah. I love to join in the chat when you're doing your shows and
we love having you here, darling.
Yeah. All right. Join in.
And I mean, look, guys, thank you very much for your support. And this is what it means to get the message out. We all got to do our bit, don't we, Dee?
Mm-hmm.
The more grassroots, this is grassroots stuff, guys.
Yeah.
We all got to do our bit. Share, like, put in great comments, okay? And yes, we've got to beat the algorithm because, Rumble, Rumble going to be doing what Rumble is going to be doing. Remember, they're controlled by BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, right? They're the same ones that control YouTube and all the rest of them. So what are we going to do is grassroots, ladies and gentlemen, get the message out there, right? Don't focus on why Rumble aren't playing ball. They know what they're doing. They know that they know when I speak about them, don't you worry, they know and they watch. And I've proven that over and over again. Now, President Trump has to allow things to happen. Say people are going to do what they're going to do, or organizations or social media platforms are going to do what they're going to do. In the end, there's going to be accountability. Isn't that right, Dee?
I think so. And, I was talking to Jean just this afternoon and she was talking to me about, and she said, I was thinking about the housing situation in New York and how Nesara would help that and the socialist candidate that's running. And she started talking. And I said, okay, those are good ideas. And she said, well, if we put this out on social media, I said, stop right there. I said, I don't think you understand, because she doesn't fool with any kind of social media. So I was trying to explain to her. And I said, look, I've already been booted off of a couple of social media carriers because you just mentioned the word, because I brought the truth. And I said, the grifters, the people in control of the social media channels and all that kind of stuff are happy to let the grifters go because they know that will never happen. Okay. If they want to talk about it, y'all can yuck it up all day long because they know that that's not a real thing. We're bringing truth and an actual real solution. So they're resistant to us, right? I said, but don't worry, our time's coming. It's
yes,
coming.
It will be.
So, and I have the utmost faith in that.
And G's got a fan club. Jean's got a fan club. You realise that now.
Good.
People forget about it. They're just all talking about Jean. And don't worry, Jean will be making a reappearance. We definitely got to have Jean again. All right.
Sure.
She's a firecracker. I love her. I love that her honesty. It's so refreshing.
Yeah, we dialed her back a couple of notches, but
you dialed her back. Okay.
I have to tell you the inside story. My sister-in-law, my husband, told his sister, "Hey, we're having Jean on the show," and her first words out of her mouth was, "That's not going to be live, is it?" He said, "No, we're going to pre-record it. Don't worry."
Oh, look, I'd like to have Jean unplugged, to be quite honest.
Unplugged would be
no, unplugged all the way. I'd love to.
Yeah.
I think we're about real people and real solutions. Well, I'd like to hear what she really has to say unplugged.
Smart. Yeah, she's very, very smart. She, like she talked about keeping up with Harvey, and she was there when this bill was written. She's very, knowledgeable about the intricate workings of it. And so, we'll bring her on. And
so in the chat, guys, a thumbs up, or that you would like to see Jean unplugged. Let's see how many people. Let's flood this unplugged business. Okay. Come on, and then we'll show Jean that we want her unplugged. No editing.
She's ready.
Raw Jean all the way. You know what I mean? And if she says what she has to say, let it be so. You know what I mean?
She will.
She's a beautiful young woman. I know I mean, hey, your mum's lovely. She's a lovely lady, and she's real, and that's what we want. Real people, real solutions, no fakes. You know what I mean? Yeah. Oh, you look at that in the chat. Everyone's putting the thumbs up there. Can you see it?
I don't have the chat over here, so but I thank you very much. I appreciate it, and I'll let her know. And
if you go into so with your browser, you can open up a second browser and flip So what I would do, I'm going to give Dee a little lesson in
Okay, we're going to have
IT,
a tech
guys.
lesson here. Okay.
Okay, so what you do is you open up another browser. You know, you've got those little tabs at the top, and I can
Yep,
flip through
I
and
got
see.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So then you can see that people really want Gene with all the thumbs up. Yes, have Gene unplugged. Yes, everyone's going, Gene unplugged, everybody. Yes, we get it. Don't you worry. And I think the grifters are going to be running away from this. No, they won't want Gene unplugged. But you know what? It's about time that we had Gene unplugged.
Okay.
And I mean having you there next to you unplugged. Right?
Okay.
Is that possible?
Okay. I think I got it here.
So what you do is you open up the Rumble, but you got to mute the Rumble. Otherwise, you're going to have all the back sound.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So you got to write, you know how to mute it? Everyone's saying, Gene, live, please. You know, don't you worry, guys.
Okay. Here we go.
We're going to have
Okay,
Gene
I think I
here.
got it muted. I think I got it muted.
Okay, so can you see how the chat is like?
Yeah, I can see that. Okay.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to set you up as an admin here on the studio as well, since you're part of the family now. And then you can see.
I can make a comment here, I think, if I tried to. So
yeah, let's just say do a bit of a test.
Okay.
Let's see if you can make a test. So I don't know in your video right there, the one that we using in the studio. Have you got a section on the top right corner that says comments? Can you see it?
Let's see.
You know, you got the screen with me in it. And
the link
top right corner. Is there anything on the side that says comments?
Control music, blah blah blah. Check in.
Everyone's.
I've got the chat. I've got a in studio chat with you, but I don't
so now I've got to set you up. So then you don't worry. Next time it will be different.
Okay.
The comments you can see where we go on, we go. Oh yes, and Gene's on fire. You know, don't you worry, Gene will be on fire, right?
Yeah.
And obviously, look, you know, we can have her to ask questions, so the audience will be able to ask questions as well. Oh, it'll be great.
Oh yeah, she would love that. She would love that.
No, she's amazing. So yeah, the devil's in the details. Meaning, so Harvey knew. I mean, obviously. As we say, you know, with the contracts, I mean, what comes to my mind is Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Remember back in the day, Willy Wonka, where they had that massive contract, and underneath that, all the little fine print, and he's just saying, sign it, you bunch of suckers. You know what I mean? Just sign it. The devil's in the details right there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And when he saw that the change in the words and more the meaning of the words, of the sense of the words. In fact, right there in the first of chapter 6, and you can either bring up the outline or not. It doesn't matter to me. But
yeah, I've got it right here.
Okay. We'll just jump right in. If you have
hold
your
on, let me just sort this out.
Okay.
Here we go. How's that?
Perfect.
Go up to the top because I was reading through it.
Yeah.
Right here.
You're on the wrong page. Okay. There you go.
Is that the one?
That's the one.
Now, what I did was, you know me, I'm about etymology of words.
Yeah.
Comprehension of words is very important, like semantics. Right? What is semantics? Do you know what the word semantics mean?
Tell me.
Okay, so semantics is basically, so you got syntax, which is different, right? I got it right here, don't you worry, guys. Semantics is basically the study of the meaning in language. So syntax is the structure, and semantics is to do with the study of the meaning of language. For example, destination and last stop. Now, technically, they mean the same thing, but there are different grade, like, you know, shades of grey, so to speak, that there is subtle differences. And that's studying semantics. Do you know what I mean?
Right. All right. Okay.
That's what it means. There you go.
That's it. That's what he's
talking about. A little bit of fun facts there.
I love it. And that's what he said, the meaning of the words. Language became a weapon of of economic control. Like the word dollar, money, legal tender were redefined away from its lawful meaning. Now, in 1824, Chief Justice Marshall, declared that the Constitution words must retain their original meaning, and that means the original sense of the word. And then again in 1920, Pitney said Congress cannot, by definition, wait, Congress cannot, by any definition it may adopt, conclude the matter. So what they're saying there is you can't change the definition of the word just to get what you want. But that's what they did. If you go on page 195, if you've got your book with you, and as a matter of fact, I'll take a little side note here.
So I just want to hold you up there for a quick sec and let's talk about that, right? So what would they do that for? It's confusion. To create confusion.
Sure. Yeah.
That's what it is.
Well, and it creates confusion. It gives them more lateral space, I guess you could say, to maneuver, more
So
freedom.
by changing the semantics of words.
And they do it all the time. I mean, look at the society around us, how they did not even with reference to the economy, but in everything. They continue to change the words and change the meaning, and basically it waters it down, right?
Well, that's why they created the system of legalese, which is number one, it's written in a dead language, right? As I say, Latin is a dead language, done by design. Dead represents a corporation. Corpse, dead. Oration, the dead speak, right? That's what etymology of that word is. So basically, you think about it, done by design to create confusion, because you try to represent yourself you need a lawyer or someone that can comprehend and be able to play the game using legalese. Do you see what I mean? So we're realistically speaking, Harvey wants to bring it back to the constitutional terminology, which is the real terminology, not the bullshit, pardon my French, because it is, right?
Yeah.
That they use, and they use manipulation such as legalese to confuse people, changing the semantics, you know what I mean? The meaning. And I get what Harvey's trying to do.
Yeah.
Straight. Let's be straight about it. People got to get what's going on.
Right. And that's been part of the game, amongst many other tools. The semantics is just one of them. The structure, and as we go on, we'll get into that. But there were several, tools in the toolkit. Page 195, if you have your book, I was going to say real quick, if I were to change the name of this book, it would be How They Got Over on You. Okay, because it's more than just the bill in here. He talks about things like this and the history and everything, and shows you exactly what they did and how they got over on you, basically.
You know what I would call it? Either bent over a barrel. That's another one. Or draining the sewer.
Draining the sewer. Yeah,
because that's what it is.
Yeah.
It's an absolute sewer. Swamps at least serve a purpose.
Well, we like them down here in Louisiana, so we're fond of our swamps. But
swamps at least they've got an ecosystem going on, But
we do.
We know that they've got unfavorable creatures. That's why we talk about the swamp. But realistically speaking, what lives in sewers? Rats do.
Right.
So, yeah.
Okay, top on page 195. I'm going to read this little paragraph here. In the battle of knowledge between the lawyer politicians and the public fight unarmed. An elite group dominates through legal finesse. That's what you were just talking about. They hold up the high ground, establishing their rule with nothing more than technical words written on paper and a few simple principles adopted from Le Mercantoria. I'm going to tell you what that is. Nowhere officially recorded. Now, law merchant basically is what it means. It's a medieval system where merchants privately defined commercial law reappeared in the 20th century through statutory redefinitions. Now, you remember how last week we talked about us becoming merchants under the law, and we entered the commercial system, whether we wanted to or not, by participating. Okay, so that's how they get, that. But they redefined the words, right? And like we were talking about, Harvey wants to go back to the meaning and the sense of the words in the Constitution. A good example is $1 is 731 1/4 grains of silver. Okay, that's a specific definition. Okay, and that's in the Constitution. and more clear and legal definitions.
I just want to say legal. I would say more lawful, because there's a difference, love. Let me tell you.
Yeah,
legal is the system they develop using legalese, right? So anything is illegal is against their law, their way of doing things, and legal is within their realm of doing things. Now, law is where we're talking about law, proper law, the law of the land. That's law. That's why President Trump says laws and orders. All right, law and order. Not basically, legal and illegal. No, that system they've developed. I thought I'd just stop you there. So.
No, that's a great point. Great point. Absolutely, you're right. Now, one of the modern parallels we can look at, and the way they've used some words on us, the Federal Reserve euphemism, which they spring on us all the time.
I've got that term, darling, as well, because I think it's very important that we get the terminology right.
Right.
Okay, so euphemism. Is basically, I got it right here. You want to read that one?
A mild word or phrase used to replace one that is thought to be too harsh. Examples: she passed away last year. I'm going to have to let you go. Okay. Yes.
You get what I mean?
Yeah.
So basically, it's a nice way of putting something that, for example, when President Trump says, "You're fired," you know what I mean? That's not using euphemism. I'm going to have to let you go.
We're going to have to let you go.
That's euphemism right there. In other words, basically smoothing out, the harshness, right, of what's going on.
Or making it, and I have to say, a little
palatable.
Palatable or so complicated. These big terms, like what it says. Going back to my place, the Federal Reserve use quantitative easing. And legal ease mirror the tactic of central bank euphemisms, quantitative easing, or liquidity injection, mask inflationary monetary creation, right? So you look at that word, quantitative easing and liquidity injection. What does all of that mean? Basically, they're just talking about you dissect the words. And
there we go. Look at that. So quantitative easing is basically a form of monetary policy in which central bank purchases, there we go, Coco's going off his nut, securities on the open market to achieve a desired outcome. Now, basically, in a nutshell, right, it's like this. People aren't spending money. We need to back off on the, shall we say, the high interest rates, right? So they lower the interest rates, create money out of nothing to induce spending. Does that make sense?
Well, it doesn't make sense. It's a bad system, but that's
it sucks.
If you're in that system, then that's the way you have to do it. But the whole structure, the mechanics of the system is what's so bad.
There we go. Is another one.
Okay.
Want to read that one?
That's a nice graphic. So I can't read the little print.
Okay. Right. So basically, what is quantitative easing, or QE? Okay. Occurs when the Fed buys long-term securities to boost the economy. Now, what does that mean? Do you know what that means?
To boost their economy. Well, they have expansion, stabilization, tapering, and tightening. Okay, so that's the cycle that you go through. So it looks like what you're referring to is the expansion phase.
Correct.
So the central bank injects liquidity by buying bonds or other assets. Assets prices rise, borrowing gets cheaper. Right? So lower the interest rates and the economy growth temporarily accelerates. Right? Then you go to the stabilization phase, where the economy starts to show signs of recovery. Inflation expectations and employment may improve by much of the growth is asset driven. See, that particular type of growth is asset driven, not production driven. Okay. And that's a big difference right there. And then you have your tapering phase, where the central bank gradually reduces new assets. Markets often react pretty sharply to that. They don't care for it. And then when they tighten, the central bank sells assets or allow them to mature without replacement. So, yeah.
Well,
and you just keep going around this little cycle. And,
everything comes around it's got to do with good old Merry England, right? It comes from there, don't you? You know what I mean? Look, City of London, Rothschilds. I'll be speaking about that as well again on tomorrow's show called Treachery, right? Which will be a great
Okay, you want to give us
decode.
a sneak peek?
Yeah, I'll be speaking about that because it's very important that people know that treachery runs on various levels. Now, look at this. What is quantitative easing meant to do? I don't know if you can read that. When economic times are hard, people worry about losing their jobs and grow wary about spending money, right? So when it's basically this, when things get tough, people are scared of, losing their jobs. And what happens is, what do people do? Oh, we can't spend.
Right.
That chokes the economy. You know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So basically it has an effect. Then they have to lower interest rates in order to basically increase spending.
Mm-hmm.
And then also what do? Is they generate money out of thin air.
Right.
More money. I mean, that's quantitative easing.
Yeah, and there were some examples that I had here that we could point to recently.
Yep. Do we have them here?
I have them. In 2008.
You have them, but I don't have them.
No, I didn't put them on the screen.
Oh.
Okay, so 2008 to 2010, we had the response to the global financial crisis, right?
Mhm.
They used quantum easing again, 2010 to 11 to prevent deflation of the dollar. Then in 2012 and 2014 to sustain slow recovery, and in 20 and 21 massive money creation during COVID lockdowns. So it's the same. How they're getting closer and closer. These cycles are running closer and closer. You used to have a long time, or longer between the need for them to repeat, and it's just getting tighter and tighter. Which means, this type of system, it has a shelf life.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Look, the way they've designed it is, obviously to screw us over. Basically, that's it. Everything to do with 1913. That's why President Trump speaks about it. It's like a wash, rinse, repeat system. That's what it is.
Mm-hmm. And you're just caught in the cycle, and there's no way to get out of it because that's the way the system is set up. And they'll patch here and they'll patch there and this and that and the other. And eventually you're going to have to change everything from the ground up. And so.
Well, that's why in the Q drops, it mentions it just real quickly. Q drop 4962. Let me just see if I can blow that one up, guys, so you can see it. So 4962. All right. This President Trump has been he's been the one that's been putting it all under the microscope. Everyone else is sort of it's a dirty secret that we don't speak about. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But President Trump, and I truly believe this, ladies and gentlemen, that President Trump planted Mr. Powell as one to take it for the team. So he's basically, remember, who's the one that put him there in the first place? Trump did, didn't he?
Yeah.
So he put him there so you can basically have an excuse to go after him,
Yeah.
So Q drop, who are the silent thieves? Why are they manipulating you? Because they are silent thieves. They get away with everything. You try doing that to them, you're basically going to be screwed or shot, one or the other. How are they stealing your wealth? Bubble, crash, steal, lie, repeat. What is inflation? Monetary manipulation, taxation without representation, put an end to the endless. There we go, 1913. So Harvey knew. Harvey knew all along.
Yeah, Harvey knew before, and there were several other people. Famous one that comes to mind was George Carlin. I don't know if you know George Carlin. I was fortunate enough to go see him live one time.
It'd been a funny man to see.
It was wonderful. But actually, I have some of his quotes over here for later. But yeah, there were a lot of people that could see this, and it's not just with the economic system, it's with the whole swamp, on every aspect. But what you just said about bubbles, the quantum easing cycles are used to stabilize recessions or financial crises. Well, how many times have we had a crisis here just in the last, I want to go back to 2008 with those little historical events? Bam, 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 inflate asset bubbles, widen wealth inequality, encourage government debt, and make future growth dependent on continual injection of cash into the system. which
The
continue
whole
to
the
deflate
whole
the
thing's set
dollar.
up to fail. That's what it is.
Yeah, it's set up to fail.
That's why President Trump speaks about the debt ceiling. That was another little creation of theirs.
Yeah.
He wants to get rid of it. And I think he should get rid of the ceiling and the whole place as well, as far as the Fed.
Well, like I said, we've talked about the correlations between Harvey's book and some of the things that we've, seen President
Yes.
Trump do, and so it's obvious that he's working this stuff in there. I think there's obviously a whole lot more to come, and in fact, we'll be talking about trade in a little bit, and I'm gonna go back in time.
No, I just want to speak about George.
I'm going to try to show you how we balance these, what happened then and what he's doing now and how they, relate to each other. So.
Yep. Now, George Carlin, he was a comedian, right?
Oh,
now,
yeah.
one thing about comedians, let me tell you something. Even the deep state use them, right? We know that they've had their hand there, and they use them to bring out the truth, and then they discredit it with their laughter. You know how they do that? Yeah, like anything else. Science fiction movies, they put things out there. Like, for example, that movie, I, Robot. You're seeing those, everything depicted in that movie, you're seeing now with all the Tesla stuff. The cars, the robots, it's like there. It's a mirror image. Now, it's the same thing. They put things out there and they laugh. They put it under the thing about laughing and everyone's laughing. They're laughing at something that's true. Yeah. That's the thing. Now, George Carlin obviously was seeding people and using laughter. And what does laughter do? It brings down the barriers, doesn't it? Right. It brings down the barriers and it makes people susceptible. So what they're doing is they're getting their dose of laughter. He's putting a spin on it. But also remember, the cabal, the deep state, how they operate as well, is they use laughter to discredit things. So they say things. Remember, you would hear them on those Tonight shows. They sit there and they laugh about something they say something that's true, and then they discredit it and laugh about it. You know what I mean? That's how they use that sort of thing, against people as well.
Right.
So
I think Carlin spoke to people across political divide. When he started talking about these kinds of things, whether it be the economy or government in general or religion or whatever, he broke down those barriers between, and people were like, well, we're all the same. I
think he would be in a threat, to be quite honest, to the establishment.
Yeah, I don't know. Back then, people weren't awake enough. Some people could see it, and they could see what he was saying, but their lives were fine. Everything was fine. They didn't have any real reason to have a desire to change. They didn't have either didn't want to or didn't have the foresight to say, we have to stop this before it gets too out of hand.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay, so the next part of chapter 6 is the structural portion. Okay, economic design. And by changing the rules, it offers an engineered solution. Remember, Harvey said it's mechanical, that this is part of the system that we have to change. Economic depressions and hyperinflations are deliberate consequences of bad rules. Nesara changes the rules instead of demanding more sacrifice. We can talk about that. We just talked about the quantum easing again. That's one of their tools in their structure of how they do things. Now let's see. Let me get over here to page 196. I had it marked for some reason. Okay.
Yep. 196.
196,
right,
top of the page. Nesara proposes a third method to settle the debt. By changing the rules, it offers an engineered solution to the problem rather than insisting on additional sacrifices from those who have little or more to contribute. Okay. And so now that's where you get into this mechanics part of it. And this is in the book here. The bill is in chapter 5. And what he did in chapter 6 was break things down into sections and give a little explanation of what those are. Now, I didn't do a screenshot for these, but I'm not gonna go through all of them. I'm just gonna go through a few of them. But if you've got your book, you can read along with me. If not, when you get your book, you can replay this video and then you can, can
And where
read
can they
more
get the
in depth.
book, Dee? Please tell
Oh, okay.
everybody.
You can get it
Yeah,
at the website.
please.
Yeah, let's jump over here and
Okay. It's okay. Hold on. Well, they're right there. So at the
okay.
NesaraInstitute.com.
Yeah.
Are you bringing up the page?
Yep, I sure am.
Okay.
Okay.
So it's available on paperback or Kindle, right?
yes, it is. Okay. So
Kindle is
I've
like
just shared my screen with you.
Okay. Let's see. Dee, just give me a quick moment while I swap it around.
There you go.
There we go.
Yeah. So here is the there's the website, and you can go to the website. They've got it in Kindle, the Barnes and Noble online version, plus you can get it in paperback from Amazon. And you also can read about Harvey. And there's another page on here that says go more in detail about him.
Yeah.
And you can also listen to the radio interview that he did before his death. And very, very interesting. And we'll use some clips for that in the beginning of the show. Also, connections to our social media are at the bottom. And when you see under blog here, these are things that you can print out and you can share with people. We've got an article about what is Nesara really. We've got the myth versus facts that we did when we first started. That's a really good one. And of course, key proposals that has the actual proposals. You know how the grifters had their flyer. Well, this is this is our answer to that flyer.
Well, that's what we need to get together is that little weapon.
Right.
And put together with that video. It'll be a great little package to put out there, I reckon.
Yes. And then I put another one on there about the stock market. I know a lot of people, myself included, wonder about what the effects would be on the stock market. So that information is there for you. And let's see, what else do we have here? There's another page here. And this is where you can get more information about Harvey and a little synopsis of the bill and the mission and vision. But on all these pages, there's a link to click, and it'll take you directly to the Amazon or the Barnes and Noble, whatever, where you can purchase it.
Yep. And then also, if you want to buy some lovely merch,
if you'd like to get some merch,
you could do that, and the proceeds go to Jean.
Yeah, how I'm doing this is if at the top of the page there was Nesara swag, and all the profits that we make from this, I'm going to utilize to pay off on the principal on her home. She is approaching 80 and she's still working because she has a mortgage, and of all the things, and so that's what we're doing with that. So. And
you got the black one with the black t-shirt.
I do, yeah. I have the Harvey shirt.
The Harvey shirt, yeah, and I'm gonna get that one.
Yeah, so that's got his picture on the back, and so you can get the Harvey shirt.
The Harvey shirt is basically the way to go, in the sense of, hey, you want to know what's really going on? We'll tell you.
Yeah, ask me about the real Nesara on the back, and
not the garbage that you hear out there.
Right, it's so funny. You'd be standing or just in a crowd, or like I was at the nail salon a few weeks ago, and something comes up in conversation. People know more than you think they do. It's one of the subjects you just don't talk about, right? When you're out and about with people. But once it's brought up, they go, "Oh yeah, I know what that is," and then you start talking, and so having a shirt like this will prompt a conversation in which you can say, "Hey, I know the real deal. This is what you need to do." So.
Exactly. Yeah. Which is what we need to do, is get out the message out there, guys. Grassroots. Remember, we're all in this together.
That's correct. That is correct.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah. And Kindle, just for the folks that don't know what that is, that's basically an electronic version. And I think Kindle is an application you can install on your computer. It can be installed on electronic devices. Is that right? Your phone.
It's an app. It's an app. You can have it on your iPad or your computer or your phone. I use mine all the time because I have the Kindle version. That's what I use when I study. And actually, there is a feature in there where it will read it to you. Most Kindles, I believe, come with that feature. So
that's awesome.
I put it on and it plays. And
So with the Kindle, can you actually copy and paste things so you can, put things, documents and stuff, or is it
I guess you
to do that?
could. Yeah,
I don't
guess
know
you
how
could
it
if it was-
works.
Yeah.
have to
I guess you
Get
could.
it.
But it's as long as you don't reproduce it.
No, of course. I mean, you don't want to do that.
Don't want to do that. But,
no, not at all.
But yeah, I think it may allow you to do that. I'm not sure if it has a safeguard on it for that or not. But
There's only one way to find out, isn't there?
there's only one way to find out. I guess I'll go and
Give
find
it to FCB and I'll work it out because that's my background
Yeah.
in
yeah.
IT. So yeah, and I'll put it through the gamut, so to speak.
Right. Through the ringer. So.
Yeah, through the ringer. But yeah, that was amazing. I mean, guys, look, we all got to do our bit. Where we go on, we go, well, let's get the message out there. Okay, let's support Gene. We'll, let's get the book. Let's get behind the movement. All right.
Mm-hmm.
We all got to do our bit.
That's what we need to do. Absolutely.
Exactly.
Well, I'll go over a couple of the sections in the book or in the bill. Actually, we've talked about words. Let's see, which one?
So I think I've got the bill on PDF.
Okay.
Should I bring it up, or is it? We're just going to briefly go through it.
Yeah, it's long. You're going to have to scroll through it. But
go through it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So there's the section about Section 3, Part 1 acknowledges congressional control of the United States monetary system, and this has been a debate. Right now, the monetary system is really controlled by the Fed. Nesara would put it back in the control of the Congress, and I know that people say, "Oh my God, the Congress has been," but I think as we move forward and as President Trump makes his reforms and that kind of thing, the Congress technically is us. We elect them to do what we want. It's in our control. And as we'll look at a little bit later with Bitcoin, there's that whole dispute of who actually controls the money or the wealth or what represents our money.
Yeah.
So
is this the 1D? Let me just see if this is the one I've got. Is that the one?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
That's the bill. Looks like.
So this, guys, you can download it. You can find it. Where can you find the bill? It's actually in the book as well.
It's in the book. Yeah, it's in the book.
In the book.
Yeah, that's where it is. And
there we go. So it's all there.
Yeah.
And look, take your time to read it and to comprehend it. There's a lot to it. There's a lot to it.
There's a lot to it, but it's simple at the same time. He did not overcomplicate it on purpose. It doesn't need to be. It doesn't need to be complicated. Congress exercises its monetary power, directing the United States Treasury to produce three kinds of currency: Treasury notes and credit notes, standard silver coin and standard gold coin. Treasury credit notes in sufficient quantity replace all outstanding U.S. legal tender paper currency of every type. So, that's been a question. How will our money be backed up? Well, it's right here, Section 4, Part 1. You can read the whole details of how he's got that laid out. He didn't leave much to chance here.
He went to a biometallic system, didn't he? He said about biometallics, which is gold and silver. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
Well, it makes perfect sense. I mean, look, JFK wanted to go to silver as well back in the day. Remember, with his EO, one of his executive orders,
right?
That he was going to go to silver. So your gold and silver makes logical sense to me.
And Harvey's got it divided up into, you've got credit notes. That means your dollar bill is a credit. It means something. It's not a debt, an instrument of debt. And you have dollars that are backed by gold and dollars that are backed by silver, right? And actually he went so far as to, in the banking system, you can separate accounts. In other words, you have an account where your money you're putting in is in gold and the money that you're putting in is silver. And they cannot commingle those accounts. You can't mingle one to the other. So, but he was very detailed about that kind of stuff. What else did I want to cover with you guys? Okay, so this is the part about the Federal Reserve. Section 5, Part 1 identifies the Federal Reserve Act of 1913 as the act amended by this bill, using its original provisions for the dissolution and recovery of assets from the Federal Reserve System. In effect, this section transfers all rights and ownerships of whatever kind that anyone may have in the Fed, everything from the dust on the chandeliers to the spiders under its foundations, to the United States government. Okay, so that's the so Section 5, Part 1 in the bill is where it's all the instructions are given on this is how we're going to take over the Fed. This is what we're going to do.
Yep.
Yeah. And so, and I mean, even down to, that they would have the renames the 12 existing private Federal Reserve banks as Treasury Reserve banks now become public entities. So
I think you got it. Is it here? Okay, I think you got it here in that. Is that
yeah,
right?
that's part of the overview. So yeah, we're going to go from the Federal Reserve System to the U.S. Treasury Reserve Bank, which would be controlled by the Congress, and there's the Board of Governors.
That comes from Harvey, ladies and gentlemen.
Mhm.
Harvey F. Barnard, not the dumb of dumbness, right? And all the gang. It comes from him. Now, what they did is they annexed his work and they manipulated it. Okay, so they're taking it and they manipulated it. It comes directly from Dr. Harvey F. Barnard. Let me make that very clear, all right? Because you know what? They've been going on with this and they're saying they're going to go to the Treasury Reserve. Yep, we know that. Harvey knew about this. But what did they do? They took it and they added all their fictitious embellishments as well.
Exactly. And then they're the ones that started the cycle. You know, the cycle that we're in now.
Yes.
And it goes on and on and on. Let's see, what else did I want to cover in here before I go back to the outline?
So if this is Harvey's given specific instructions, let's just make that very clear, in his bill to dissolve the Federal Reserve, which is a foreign entity. It is a corporation, that is fact, okay, and to go to the U.S. Treasury Reserve Bank system.
Right.
Correct?
That is correct. And it would and in addition to that, you know, coupled with that comes in with the changing the backing of the currency. You know, that's all in the same section of the bill. And also in that section of the bill is where it talks about the banking.
Now, I just want to make one thing clear, guys, in the chat. We are here for your benefit and we're showing you things and we're spending our time doing a lot of research, and we got D here. I would appreciate the respect that everyone would extend to D and myself, that we're taking the time to show you. So please, I know there are a lot of people here in the chat that have had a hard day and all that sort of stuff. Let's keep it on point. Let's keep it on topic. And let's follow what D is telling us. We have the opportunity of having D here and learning together about Harvey F. Barnard's, the real bill about the real Nesara. And I want people to realize that we need to extend the respect. Sorry, D, but I have to say it.
Okay. I haven't been paying attention to what they're
I'm paying attention, and basically people really need to get their head in the game.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Carol, for getting them on topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Yeah, so, you know, we talked about the banking part of the bill, which would eliminate compound interest, and it would have a monetization fee, which is a simple interest on secured loans. And that would save people just, you know, tons of money. Like I said, we've talked about it before, mortgage interest. When you buy a house, you pay for 2.5 houses. With your monetization fee, you pay for about a house and a half. Yeah. Okay. So there's a slide on that. The simple monetization fee versus compound interest. Now, when you have a compound interest loan, you see it just keeps adding to itself, and it grows and grows and grows. And even as you're paying on it, right, you got to stay with it, right? You can't miss anything. It's just going to grow until you have to catch up. That's why. And also they want you to pay your interest up front. You know how when you have a mortgage, when you start making payments in the beginning, it's mostly your compound interest and a little bit of principal. And as you go through the years, then that starts to equalize. And then at the end of that, it starts to swing the other way. Okay. With a simple monetization fee that Harvey's talking about, it's added onto your loan. It's a set amount and you go, right? And so you're making steady progress and the loan converts to zero.
Well, the compound interest, remember, okay, so you got the Fed, right? Now the Fed purchases debt. You realize that. So basically through that system. Now, what happens is when they increase the rates, the banks have got no choice. They've got to do what they're told to do. But then the banks do get greedy. And when the Fed brings down their rates, they don't do it because they're making too much good money, aren't they?
Yes. Yeah,
You know,
of course they are.
no, it's a system
that's
of.
what he's talking about. People are making money off of your debt. Okay. And that's not what banks should be. Banks should be a servant of, not a servant, but a public utility at least. Right. And we're not saying that they should make money. That's not the point. In fact, when you get into the nitty gritty of the bill, the banks will be well off. Nobody wants them to starve. But they will actually be, and with this loan set up this way, they will be getting more of their money back and they will be able then to loan it out again. You see? So they will be able to make more loans with a simple monetization fee. Right? And keep more in circulation, which is great for the housing market. And also to keep rates low.
Now, there are people that are joined just recently, so I want to say hello to them. And obviously they're saying, who wrote the book? Well, if you look on the bottom of our screen, based on the works of Harvey F. Barnard, Draining the Swamp.
Draining the Swamp.
Right? And who's speaking right now is Harvey F. Barnard's daughter.
Yeah. I'm DIONESE.
Go for it, dear.
Yeah. Well, okay. Welcome, newcomers. I'm DIONESE Barnard GERBRECHT. My father was Harvey F. Barnard, and he wrote Draining the Swamp, the Nesara story. He published it in 2005. Make a note of that date. Okay.
Was it 1996 that he published the first one, wasn't it?
Right. He went up to, this was his life's work, and he went up to Washington in the early 90s and had the bill. And he passed it around to a lot of congressmen and knocked on a lot of doors. And as you can imagine, because it is a bill for the people and it would completely disrupt the political system, it was not well received. But he kept trying. And in 96, he released the bill into the public domain. Shortly after that, and to his surprise, it was, shall we say, co-opted, adopted. Yes, that's one of the copies that he took up there. And that's his disc that he had.
What does it say there? 95.
95 that he actually put it on, put it on the backup disc. Yeah. And so, after 96, I guess long about 2000 or so, it was co-opted by a woman named Sinead Goodwin who, used it for her own personal gain and completely converted it, made it into something it was not. It took some principles from Nesara, but then added on a bunch of other stuff, called it a different name, called it the.
So basically, she changed the acronym.
Yeah, she changed she kept the Nesara, but she changed it to National Economic Security and Reformation Act. And
yes.
But she kept the Nesara. And that bill no one has ever seen, to my knowledge. It does not exist. These people claim that they have an NDA. That's why they can't talk about it or they can't produce the bill. And so think about this, guys. The year 2000 and it's 2025. Okay. I don't know anyone that if it didn't suit their purposes would not let that cat out of the bag. As much as they go against each other in Washington, back and forth, if you can see where I'm going with that. So, not buying any of that stuff. So, anyway, but
there you go. That was from Greg the Man. He was the one that basically welcome Greg the Man to our family here and the real Nesara. I just wanted to say that.
Okay, great. Welcome, Greg. Okay,
you
yeah,
go.
I see him there. Okay. Let's see where to leave off. Okay, so that happened at around 2000, and then in 2005, he released this book, which was Draining the Swamp, and it's called Draining the Swamp, the Nesara Story, which included the bill, included all his research, included all of his formulas, and it also included a chapter in there called Afterward, the Nesara Story, where he talks, actually, he had it written by a newspaper editor who was an independent observer in the situation. And he talks about the grifts and that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, Harvey passed away that year. So.
Yeah. Now, I just want to say something to Greg, because Greg's obviously new, and he's saying, what about just the GERBRECHT business? Okay, yeah, okay, that was basically, so Harvey F. Barnard created Nesara, the real one. We just showed you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Based on all the facts and some receipts. Now, what happened was Shanae Goodwin, and I recommend, Greg, the man, you watch the Kraken Kraken 6, from part 1 all the way to part 4, and you'll get it. Okay? So what happened was she created the fictitious Nesara, because that's all I like to call it, fictitious, the pseudo Nesara, taken Harvey's work and basically added all the fictitious embellishments you could possibly imagine. Then they decided to change it as well. Why not? Now think about it from a grifter's point of view. So you're going and you're doing a United States grift, right? National grift. Why not make it a global grift? Isn't that right, Dee?
Yes.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And then they change it to the global. What did they change it to, Dee? That same acronym, but with a G in front, isn't it?
Correct.
That's
and
all
they
it
added
is.
some things too. Basically, I believe that flyer had on things like world peace, releasing patents. There were several other things on there.
Yeah, the aliens,
had
everything
nothing
else.
to do with the bill at all. Yeah, like I said, they took some of the core principles and just started adding on. And basically it was like, well, how can I put you in this card today? What do you want? Oh, okay. Well, we'll just tack that on to the end. And yes, you get that too.
Mm-hmm. And she called it one of the prosperity programs, just like the other prosperity program known as the Omega Prosperity Trust, or Omega Trust Prosperity Program. And basically we know how that all turned out. If you watched the Kraken 6, I explain everything from point A right down to point Z, don't I?
Right.
That's it.
Yeah, it was great. And I'll continue a little bit. So 2005, he passed away. And my mom, Miss Jean, she kept up a little website for a while, and finally she just couldn't afford to keep it. So she let it go. And we packed everything up and put it in the attic. And time passed, and it was about 3 years ago, I guess, I was prompted by my husband and some friends who said, you really have to do this. You have to get this out because the people need to know the truth. And so that's how I jumped back into the picture. And it has been a struggle. I tell you, like I said, trying to combat something that has been accepted, something false that has been accepted as fact for almost 30 years is just overwhelming, and it's practically impossible, especially, just being a little old lady from South Louisiana, not knowing anything about social media or broadcasting or anything like that. But I was very fortunate that FCB found me, and that's how we got started. So, and
it was all
eternally grateful.
It was all meant to be, that.
Yeah, it was. It was.
Have a look at what Heather Aree wrote for you, love. Do you want to read that one?
Okay, let's see. Oh, there it is. Thank you for this excellent work. I am learning more. My first intro was to the real false Nesara, but I quickly learned that this was not Barnard's work. Clarity, finally, thank you. Well, thank you, Heather. We certainly appreciate it, and we're just glad that you're here with us. Thank you so much.
Well done, Heather.
Yeah,
awesome.
Well done. Yeah, spread the word. So
that's it. And this is what it starts off. This, guys, grassroots, right?
Yeah.
So we it's like one says and then the other says it, and then see you bring somebody else in, and they can't dispute it because it's all the facts and receipts are here.
Right,
They can't
right.
dispute it. You know what I mean?
Well, it's tangible. You can go get it for yourself. This is not something secret or that needs to be kept in, like I
Did
said.
you
the dark
sign an NDA?
No, I don't have an NDA.
Was Harvey a CIA agent?
No, he was not.
God.
As attested by his wife, Jean. So, it's real, it's tangible. It's something that I we want you to read it because that's how we have these discussions, right? And as we move on with this, there's, things that as even global level, there are things about our monetary system that we need to debate, especially when you start getting into the Bitcoin and digital currencies and tokenization of assets. The philosophy is the same as far as having a stable backing that is not owned or run by a government. Okay, so the philosophy is there. In fact, I think I did a little
thing of the
screen aid
Bitcoin.
for you. Yeah, the Bitcoin thing.
Before we move into that, I want to ask you a quick question. What
Sure.
is monetization?
Monetization. That just means, well, I don't know. You're the word man.
Come on, you.
I'm not gonna jump on that one.
Okay. How about we do some little? I'll do a quick jump in, right?
Okay, go ahead.
All right, and let's see what the word monetization means, right?
Mhm.
So basically, one of the things about when they think about monetization, how people get monetized when the more followers they have, the more money they make off YouTube or whatever it is, right? Basically, it's the action of or process of earning revenue from an asset or business, right?
Okay.
So that's what it means. So it's a process or an action of earning revenue, which is money, right? From an asset or business. So in other words, like as I said, I just gave an example. When these we're in powers, we're not influencers, by the way. The influencers, the ones that obviously attract the majority, what's popular, they do it by design. Because the more popular something is, the more people they attract. The more they attract, the more money they make, right? So in other words, it allows the social media platform to reach out and to their followers, and the advertisers, right, allows their advertisers to advertise their products, which means they're charging them a fee, right? So obviously, say YouTube, for example, is charging these advertisers a fee. And basically that fee translates to monetization to the influencer. Does that make sense?
That makes sense. And it also, gives a better description to what Harvey means by monetization. In other words, a bank is going to loan money. Okay. Now you owe them, and to them, that is an asset, right? It goes on that side of the books. Then they're allowed to make some money off of that, right? They have a flat fee. And actually in the bill, I think.
What's a flat fee?
I'm not sure because it's different on the different amounts, like how much the risk is, right? So if you got like a big house or whatever, but I don't think it could be more than 25%. I think that was the cap.
You know what sort of gets to me? How banks can manifest money out of thin air. Say zeros and ones, right? Basically out of thin air. So realistically speaking, it's not costing him a damn thing.
Right.
Let's be honest. It isn't, right?
Fractional reserve banking. Yeah, that's how they do
So
it.
basically, what they're doing is that they're using this universal principle known as money, which is out of nothing, right? Because realistically speaking, it's not backed by gold. It's not. They don't have gold in the safe to back that money up that they've just generated out of nothing, right?
Right.
So they're able to do that. Then what gives it value? It's the sweat equity, isn't it? That's what gives it value. So basically, you go out there, they're giving you this money that's manifested out of nowhere, right? You go and buy physical assets with it. The physical assets is what gives it value.
That's right.
Do you know what I mean? And
I do,
also the sweat equity.
That's right. Labor, remember we talked in the very beginning about wealth the definition of wealth and the definition of money. Okay. Wealth was like the stapler, my little props,
Yeah.
you know, but it's something that is tangible. It is produced from labor and materials, and it has worth, and it will depreciate over time. Money is a representation of wealth, or it should be, you know, not an instrument of debt, but representation. And we all agree on it, right? That's the theory. We agree that this is, you know,
Mhm.
I'm going to give you this, I'm going to give you that, but it's not real wealth. The things that you have and your labor, that's wealth.
And you know, the other thing is people are saying, oh, but how are they able to charge us an overdraft and fees? Well, let me break it down for you very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
It's the bank's account, not yours.
Right.
Okay. You're the one that contributes,
Mhm.
and it's the bank's account. Therefore, they're able to take our fees.
Right.
Right. They
Remember
own
the
it.
contract? Yeah, remember the contract? We talked about how you enter into contracts. You're not even really aware of what you're doing, but once you're in it, it's in that fine print. Okay, so you're telling them, "Yep, I agree to all of these things." It's not that they're doing it to you. You know, it's kind of a catch-22. You're doing it to yourself by signing the contract, but in today's system, you don't have a whole lot of choice. You know, and so they've got you over a barrel. You can't exist or work or participate or do anything without a bank account. I mean, I know most employers now, even small ones, you have to have, they do direct deposit. You know, they're not going to do a check. So there you go. And even the most, the simplest accounts, you're subject to fees.
And you know what it comes down to? You know, Congress, they committed treason. That's what it is.
Mm.
At the end of the day, they committed treason. Now, they gave the Second Amendment for a reason, to overthrow a tyrannical government, right? So,
yeah.
question is, no one's used it yet.
Well, I'm smiling because I'm wearing my Appeal to Heaven shirt tonight. Do you know what that is?
No, please divulge.
Okay. An appeal to heaven. It was, this little emblem was created by General George Washington in 1775. His secretary drew it up, but it is based on a quote from John Locke.
Okay, let me zoom you in. Oops, wrong one.
Okay.
There we go. There we go.
Okay.
There it is.
Well, my shirt. Okay. It's called An Appeal to Heaven. I don't know if you can read that. But I want to share with y'all what that is. Okay. What the quote was. Okay. John Locke, a phrase coined by John Locke referring to the right of the people to rebel against unjust governments, or a fallacy of making a claim based solely on divine authority when God has not clearly indicated. And again, this was originally commissioned by General George Washington in 1775. Now, comes up. You'll love this part. In our era, it has been co-opted, is a nice way of putting it, by the Christian nationalism or Christian nationalist. Their appeal to heaven flag has been co-opted by some Christian nationalists to symbolize a desire for a government aligned with specific Christian philosophy. So I'm not really familiar with their organization or their doctrine, but I know that they use it as well. So. But,
awesome.
Yeah. So that's what it means. That's what it means.
Yep. So I was discussing this the other day, Dee, on the Pulse, which is basically this. I had a conversation with one of the members. Basically, I was questioning, why hasn't anyone enacted the Second Amendment? Right now, at the end of the day, the forefathers put it in the Constitution for a reason. It doesn't mean to go and shoot them up, right? No. It means to be able to overthrow a tyrannical government, right? Now, we've had many instances where this could have been invoked. The thing is, how do they stop it? Number one, education. So through the education system, they don't educate, because it's not education, it's indoctrination camp. That's what this whole system's been set up as. Now, think about it from this perspective. Had people known, they would have done it already. So what do? You stop the flow of information. Knowledge is power. So in other words, you don't teach the children about their rights, about their Second Amendment, and how to invoke it.
Right.
See, the thing is, people need, and as I said, you want to do something like that? Constitutional lawyer, a constitutional lawyer, the ones that President Trump surrounds himself with.
Right.
And realistically speaking, these constitutional lawyers should have taken the initiative to do it themselves, and they haven't done it. And realistically speaking, you know, if you really care about, you know, they should do it. They should do it pro bono. That's my opinion. Okay.
Yeah.
They should.
Well, they take
lead
that
by an
oath.
example.
You know, they take the oath, and then, you know, that doesn't mean anything to them, obviously.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't
to
at all.
uphold the Constitution. Well, that's not what they're doing. What you were talking about, the educational system, the social media, and not just social media, but the phones that we use, are all from the tech giants, right?
Yes.
Is the biggest behavioral modification experiment ever. Okay. Right down
Yes.
to notifications that you get. Yeah, you know, people say the phone's listening to me. That's, well, yes and no. It's a lot more dangerous than that. When you get a notification or when you see something you like, it sets off the dopamine in your mind, which is, it's the same thing as gambling or any other addiction.
Yes.
You want more and more and more, right? And so in addition to that, it changes the neurons, the path in your brain, and it over time shortens that span. You know, we were talking about TikTok and stuff. Well, that's just, you know, gotten to that point, but about 12 seconds. And that's been done over time, right? And the average person checks their phone 96 times a day. You know, that's a lot. And you go back to it constantly. And it's not because you need it. It's because there's going to be something there that's going to give you that little, and you're really not conscious of it. But
because it's been embedded now.
Right. Well, and they've conditioned you with that way. And that's the reason. One of the things that George Carlin said was they don't want a population of critical thinkers.
That's exactly right. And also remember what Rockefeller said. He doesn't want a nation of thinkers. He wants a nation of workers. Okay. Now, getting back to that Constitution, because I know there are people saying, oh, they're a bunch of pussies. No, it's nothing about that. You got to find somebody that knows what to do, and to do it properly. It's not about going in the streets and shooting them up. No. It's got to be done systematically. And these constitutional lawyers know how to do it. Right? Now, if it's done the proper way, things can be done properly without any incidences whatsoever. Now, that's why America is the largest or the world's biggest militia. That's why they've been going after you in so many different ways, shapes, and forms. Australia was basically a testing ground, and they succeeded. Right? They succeeded. And that's why I'm saying they've been going after your guns ever since. Now they've been going after them in different ways, shapes, and forms. Education is another way of doing it. You're not going to educate children on how to do it, are you? No. And then you're going to make people sick. Now, people don't realize why President Trump is doing all this thing about, you know, and it's all going to make sense, guys, in the DK treachery and pharmakia, the things I'm going to be showing you. Okay, but think about this. Can you think about if Harvey F. Barnard's work was taught at schools? What a beautiful world it would be. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
People would be more empowered, but instead they'd rather get them. Think about this. It's another little thing they've done by design here, and I'm sure it's probably over there as well, that children have to have an iPad, have to have this, have to have that, have to, not use this like Harvey F. Barnard did. No, not use the logic. They want that to do the thinking for you, because that can determine the answer. And and that thing right there is a narrative, right? Controls the narrative. And you think about it, it goes back to what Rockefeller said. We want a nation of workers, not thinkers. They don't want people using that. That's why they don't want you doing the mathematics yourself, using your logic. Do you see what I mean? This is the system that they've developed.
You know, they've been starting with just basic education. And then, you know, when the digital age hit, every generation gets more dependent and more dependent and more dependent. You know, it used to be you go to
Yes.
the cash register and the cashier could make change without, you know, having the machine tell them how much to give back, right? That's not done anymore. No, they have to, the machine says give you 38 cents back. Well, then that's what I'm going to give you, you know.
Well, this is the
Like,
thing. We've got to
math
get to,
in their head.
you know, to being back to the point of using logic
Yeah.
and not reacting with emotion and doing something that we're going to regret. Things got to be done logically, make sense. That's why President Trump says the party of common sense. And unfortunately, Dee, there's not enough going around, to be quite honest.
Yeah, and that's what we're about. We want to educate people and let them know, you know, you've got to be discerning, and you've got to think for yourself, and you find other people that are like yourself, that want that same thing, you know, and you support the causes that are going to bring that about, and whether it's on the education front, the monetary front, the nutrition and agricultural front, all of those things, you know, it's a grassroots.
Correct.
Yeah.
Sorry, that was an interesting conversation, that one. We needed it. I think it needs to be said.
Yeah. I like diving off into the weeds. So, okay, so he talks about in chapter 6, the taxation myth, eliminating hidden embedded cost effectively increases everyone's standard of living. So we've kind of jumped to the part of the bill that would replace the Internal Revenue Service with a national sales tax. He had it at 14%. Not our HR 25. Will be a 14%.
No, we don't want that. So, I think I had the right slide up, didn't I? Was that one?
Yeah. How the national sales tax works.
We'll just go through that one.
Yeah, that's the part I sent. Okay. So the core idea is to abolish the federal income tax and replace it with a uniform 14% national sales tax. Of course, you know, we've got historical content. We all know about the victory tax. If you don't, the victory tax was in 1942, and they taxed us income, and it never left. Now, this is kind of where I wanted to dive into history a little bit and talk about some trade issues. Early America relied on excise and tariff revenue. Okay. They didn't have personal income tax, and not until 1913, when the 16th Amendment. So what that's saying is that America got along just fine by having tariffs and then some excise tax on some of their products here. Now, okay.
McKinley.
Yeah. Okay. But okay. So now what I looked into was it was successful. Okay. And here's my paper. So I wanted to. Okay, so it was successful. Why was it successful? How did they survive on that? And the bottom line on that is that spending was low. They didn't spend on anything. You know, the government spending was on defense. I had it outlined here. Defense, internal security, and something else I had on here. But the point that I'm trying to make is they spent their money on 3 things. They did not try to create a utopia. Remember how we talked about several chapters ago, the government set out to create a utopia for everyone. Early on, they weren't trying to put a chicken in every pot or make sure everybody was emotionally secure or give you health care. Basically, they looked at you and said, here's your gun, here's your plow, good luck to you. And the government took care of the big stuff and the big stuff only. They didn't get involved in all of this other stuff. So their spending was so low. And that's how they made it work. Now, let's take that and transfer it and take a look at what President Trump's doing now. Okay. What is he doing? He's got tariffs and he's cutting spending. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
You see?
I've got something I want to bring to the table, which is quite, and I say, you know how I work with no coincidences, how many coincidences? Before it is mathematically impossible. So William McKinley is basically the tariff king, as you know, right? He was the one that made America rich, right? And President Trump speaks about it.
Yeah.
He happened to be the 25th president of the United States, right? That was before they got their little finger in it and they changed everything around the place, 1913, right?
Mhm.
So President Trump talks about William McKinley. Do you know there's in 10 increments, right? So William McKinley was the 25th.
Mhm.
JFK was the 35th. And President Trump.
That's the 40.
Do you see where I'm going with this?
Yeah, I do.
You can't call it a coincidence, guys.
No,
William McKinley,
that's interesting.
10. So that's why he keeps giving us comms with 10, I think, as well. And there's 25% he says about tariffs. I think he's doing it in honor of McKinley. You know what I mean? 25%.
Maybe the number just works.
Yeah.
So.
Then you got the 11.3 marker, which we could talk about that, which we know things are happening. But look at that, guys. I mean, look, how many coincidences before you call it mathematically impossible? You got increments of 10. Exactly. Done in, look at this. Look at William McKinley, 25th. JFK, 35th. President Trump, 45th. It's like it was, you can't call it a coincidence. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm not calling it.
Yeah.
What do you think?
That's amazing. I didn't know that.
Done
That's very
by
interesting
design.
when you look at it like that. So, but I can see the parallels between what McKinley did and like I said, they ran surpluses, and because they weren't over promising people. I think, those are some of the debates that we need to have. What kind of social services do we want our government to provide us? How far are we willing to go? Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, those are kind of things that people need. Do we need to get involved in education? No. Do we need to get involved in what bathroom you go to? It's gotten completely out of hand. Do we need to support anything other than defense and infrastructure? That's really should be the concern of the federal government and making sure our monetary system runs smoothly.
Things happen by no coincidence, guys. Like we were just talking about tariffs, and then all of a sudden, bang, that came into my head like lightning just there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Do you see how things work?
That's right. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, he does talk about McKinley all the time.
He does.
But I do see that. I think he's utilizing the tariffs in a lot of ways. And as we move on, is that something he's going to continue to do by reducing the spending, which he's very committed to doing that, I believe. And will he start to balance things out that way?
I know there's a lot of people putting questions already. No, save your questions.
All right, we'll get there.
Please.
Save them.
Please.
Save them.
I'm just going to put it out there, D.
Uh-huh.
Save your questions. We're going to open up questions very soon. Okay, we still got to keep going.
Yeah.
Trust me, we're going to open it up. All right, but hold on to them. Don't go anywhere. Keep going, D.
Okay. And we talked a little bit about this already, but the banking and the community economics bank must earn their living through direct service to the community, not taxpayers' expense. I don't know if I sent you we did the compound interest one, so that's basically what this section of the chapter was about. Replace compound interest with a monetization fee, simple interest. Now, he does use some interesting historical references in this section, so this might be right up your alley. One of the historical contexts he uses is biblical usury laws and Islamic finance tradition banned compounding as immoral.
I agree.
Okay.
It's usury.
It's usury. Okay. Give us the definition. Do you know? I know you know.
Of what, love?
Usury.
Well, usury is basically, you think about it, debt slavery. Mm-hmm. It's using mankind, to benefit the few. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Well, that's what it seems to me. I mean, do you have anything else on your, shall we say, radar? What's the term usury? Let me just say, actually, what? Let's go see the etymology of words. I love this.
Yeah, I know. You like to do that. So
yes. I'm going to see what the etymology of words for the word usury, and it's spelled USUR. I think Y, is it correct?
Yeah. It's where'd I go?
Yes. It comes from the word usura.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's basically, okay, here we go. Are you ready for it?
I'm ready.
Okay, so it's a practice of lending money at interest. That's what usury means.
Okay.
And that was back in the 1300s.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the word usury also comes from the Latin word usura. Usura. Let me see if I can pronounce it correctly. Oops, let me just get that right. Sorry, love. Right here, you can see that there? So I can blow it up a bit bigger so everyone can see it. There we go. So you can see already the practice of lending money of interest later at excessive rates of interest from the Anglo-French word usuria. I don't pronounce it correctly. Or usure. Okay. And directly from the medieval Latin usuria, which is an alteration of the Latin usura, which is the payment for the use of money, interest, okay, the use, enjoyment. So who's doing the enjoyment? It's certainly not us. It's obviously others.
That's
you
right.
know what I mean?
The one who's making the all of that high interest. I noticed you had a comment here, E333. They loan out your money in banks to make more money. You don't see any of that. Yeah, that's about the fractional reserve banking. So yeah, that would come to an end under Nesara. He quoted Albert Einstein, famously called compound interest the eighth wonder of the world for creditors, not debtors.
Yeah, no, in other words, it's a wonder how they're making all that money and you're not bloody jumping up and down about it and getting upset. No, we're all getting upset and jumping up and down about it. But the wonder is how they get away with it. That's the wonder right there. Yeah, you know what I mean?
It is. So now the other thing that he touched on in here, because he's got, like I said, all these sections that give a kind of an explanation of the individual parts of the bill. So chapter 6 is a really good one to read, and it breaks it down into simple language for you. He talks about the currency, right? Reinforces that citizens control their own value, credit, silver, gold, not the banks control it. Citizens must have the right to hold value in specie, that's gold or silver, or treasury credit notes that are by choice, but not by compulsion. He uses some historical contexts like the Coinage Acts of 1792. That's what set the measurements for money. Then of course FDR, Nixon that removed our gold-backed standard. And created the debt instrument. This is a modern parallel I wanted to use. Okay, now here we go. Now we talk about backing our money with something of value, and the two things that are really choices for us right now. If we get it down, let's just bring it down to what it boils down to is. We have Harvey's plan with gold and silver, which is controlled by us, controlled by the Congress. Okay. And then you have Bitcoin. Okay. Which is I sent you a
bring it up.
Screenshot. Yeah, bring that up. And this will be real simple. And this is a philosophical question. Well, the philosophy is the same. Let me say that. Harvey's philosophy was to have stability in our currency and not have it tied to a government entity, okay? Or in this case, a private entity, the Federal Reserve, okay? Bitcoin is kind of the same way, of course, because Bitcoin would be, that's what they're looking for. The desire is the same. We want to take our money, our backing out of the hands of this organization, right? And have it independently controlled. And provide something stable. So that's your philosophy. Now the difference is that with Harvey, it's gold and silver, public credit verified by law and audit. I mean, somebody's got to audit. That's the law of nature. Okay. With Bitcoin, its value is based on scarcity, and it's dependent on power and connectivity. Right. Okay. So it's sitting out there in cyberspace, and no one can, as I understand it, no one can change it, but it's not really tangible. And it's by a private network value verified by code. That's what it was. So
Yes.
you have to have a code to verify it. Okay. So you have to trust that code. Now, here comes the question that I think that we need to ask ourselves. Do we want the control of our wealth in the hands of tech? Okay. Or a private company? Think about it. Okay. We were just talking about what tech has done through our social media and our phones and that kind of stuff. Not exactly somebody I want to trust, right? I don't know. What do you think?
Let me tell you something about tech. Tech is basically like anything else, can be used for good or bad, right? Like anything, has a double-edged sword. However, when you're seeing the entities that control tech, that's the question right there. Obviously, President Trump is, you can see, Silicon Valley were against Trump. Remember? They were all against him.
Yeah.
Okay. All of a sudden, we had a huge huge backflip. They're all of a sudden, they're all dining around him and, and having a great jolly. No, that's all being set up, ladies and gentlemen. You don't realize what's coming their way. And watch treachery tomorrow, because I will reveal it all as to what's going to happen. Okay. Yeah. Now, think about this. Bitcoin. Okay. People think I was to create a decentralized platform to destroy the Fed. No, that's all part of the game. That was all part of the game. It's to have control over you. Right? Yeah. Right. Now think about this. What did they want to do in the first place? Get rid of money. Get rid of it. Yeah. Right? And how did they do it? In stages. Remember how evil's patient, right? So think about this. Back in the old days, they would use money as a way of transacting, because bartering, it only served its purpose to a certain point. Then they developed money. Okay, so we got, Turkey, as you know, Turkey is today. Okay, it was known as something else back in the old days, right? And that's where they created the money system, right? Right. So, but the thing is, money, it translates to gold or silver. That's how it was, right? That's how it is. But today, ladies and gentlemen, as you know, money is basically zeros and ones and is not backed by anything. So it's just basically getting you used to, so by holding that little plastic card in your hand, it was giving you the sense that's money. Realistically speaking, yeah, there you go. Right now, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. It's getting you used to the idea. Think about the frog and the water. You know the frog water situation, where the frog's in the water. They turn up the heat, and the frog thinks it's having a spa bath. And by the end of it, it's all dead. You know what I mean? Because it's been a creeper. That's exactly what they've been preparing us for. Now, crypto was basically that sort of thing, preparing us for full domination, full control. And remember, they could switch it off at whim.
Anytime.
You didn't play the ball. You didn't play the social media game. Like, remember, you didn't play ball to what the government wanted you to do, or the authorities, whatever. See you later. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And President Trump, remember when he increased it to 107,000? Yes, 107 exactly. Remove the zeros, what are we left with? 17 equals Q. Then he brought it up to 109,000, which is 19, Trump's number again, right? So we know what he's doing is showing us that he's got control over it. And he's saying, hey, I've got this, don't you worry, okay? But he's got to play the game, because remember, friends close, enemies even closer. And that's what he's doing right now. Now, you could see that why would there be a bill in Congress, .gov, to go back to the gold standard? Why is the world increasing its stockpile of gold? That's all factual. Go and look around. The price of gold is increasing. Remember, the cabal before had suppressed the price on precious metals. Now it's going up and up, around 50%, I think it's increased by since that. And it's been going up and up and up and up and up. And that's indicative that we are getting ready to go back to a system that is basically, as I said, you look at it, and as I said to you, Dee, remember, Harvey's work is weaved through that tapestry of what's going on right everywhere.
Now. That's right. Yeah, and when you start looking at digital currency and who controls that, and then you add on top of it tokenization of assets, which I don't know if y'all know who Catherine Fitz is, but she's been sounding the alarm on this for quite a while. it's really scary because you're under their complete control. Tokenization of assets means that everything is on a grid or on a register. Okay, your house, your car, anything tangible that you have, it's all categorized, inventoried. And now these big companies, these large data banks that collect all of this information have gotten all the health records. And then now they can, if they controlled your currency, then they get to make the decisions about your life. Are
Yeah,
you
like
allowed
that
to
one.
sell your house? Right? Are you allowed to get that surgery? Well, you know what? Let's let the algorithm look at it and decide. Are you contributing to the society, or are you older and no longer working? You see, and it just takes away all of your freedom. Now, one thing that I did mention earlier was with the taxation system in Nesara, by going to the consumption-based tax, you get your privacy back, and that's huge, right? You only pay when you buy something at the register, and the government doesn't need to know if you ate at McDonald's or if you whatever it is you did that day, where you got your gas, how much you paid your babysitter, all that kind of stuff. It's just strictly you pay what you consume. What you got
Correct.
there?
That's President Trump's. Remember, people got to
Okay.
comprehend the word covfefe. President Trump, when he says covfefe, you've heard him say it, right?
Yes.
What
I
it
have.
means is an act to go back to the past. Remember, all this stuff is kept on record,
Mhm.
social media things. And that's why I keep all this stuff on record. Look at this. Read that, D.
I am not a fan of Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies, which are not money and whose value is highly volatile and based on thin air. Unregulated crypto assets can facilitate unlawful behavior, including drug trade and other illegal activity. You have been warned.
He put it out there.
Yeah.
Covfefe. That's
Yeah.
part of the Covfefe Act. That they
Yeah.
keep all his tweets and all that. That was done. Now, do you think for a moment that he forgot about that?
Yeah.
You should know now that President Trump doesn't muck around, especially we're going to write the little note. Remember the one?
Oh, no.
We're
I
going to
love
write
that.
the,
I love
that one. I love that one too.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
And people don't realize, as I said, guys, by doing, and this is from what he did the other time, 107,000. It went up to exactly 107. Remove the zeros, and we know what that means.
Right.
Right there. He's
Yeah.
telling us who's in control. That's
Yeah.
what it is.
Sure.
Yeah. So
Sure is.
that all makes perfect sense, Steve, what you're saying. Trust
Yeah.
the code. In other words,
Yeah.
it's not backed by gold. We know that for a fact. It's not a tether. It's nothing like that either. It's not stable coin. It's not
Right.
that at all. It's basically the code. That's what it is.
Yeah.
You're trusting the code. And then also, how does crypto work? Fear and greed. That's
That's how they
shall we
sell it.
say how it works. So the fear of missing out. They
Right.
drive up the greed. Oh, that's how it works, ladies and gentlemen. Hype. That's what it is. It's backed by nothing again.
No. Like I've said, I don't know, 100 times. I live in South Louisiana. If I can unplug it from the wall, I don't have a whole lot of. I'm not going to count on it. You know what I mean? You go without electricity long enough, you learn those things.
Okay. So think about this.
Unplug it from the wall. Not to mention the power, the energy it takes to generate that. It's crazy.
Think about this, right? So lights go off, cyber attack, whatever, right? Let's just talk about it. What are you going to go? Oh, sorry. I've got heaps of Bitcoin, but it's in cyberspace and it doesn't exist at this point. Or are we going to go with a little bit of silver and buy something? What is going to work, ladies and gentlemen, in the time of a cyber attack, in the time of what happens? No. It's going to be the silver and gold.
Right.
It's going to be the physical
Yeah.
that is going to make
And
it.
then you have your credit, your treasury credit notes were just like your dollar bills. It's the same thing. And banks will establish accounts based on that, not based on this fiat debt currency, right? So digital banking does not go away. In fact, I talked about it a little bit in the chapter, but it's still going to be there because we live in a modern world. You can't just go back to everybody carrying a pouch of gold and silver. You have to have instruments in place, but they need to be fair and they need to be simple for people.
Correct. And what I see is that President Trump is trying to decentralize, because remember, central banking is different to, he's trying to decentralize the bank. So basically, so they don't have control. The Fed doesn't have control to be able to generate money, you know what I mean, out of thin air.
Right.
You know, or the banking system.
Right.
That's why it makes perfect sense what you said before about the Treasury. You know, when you let me find that slide again, that makes perfect sense. I think we've got it here, this one here, that Harvey wants to do this.
Yeah.
That there makes perfect sense to me.
And like I said, U.S. Treasury Reserve Banks. And that is in the U.S. Treasury, it would be the new U.S. Treasury Reserve System, which has districts and the same 12 Board of Governors overseen by the Secretary of the Treasury, you know, by Congress. Is they get to make the rules as far as, and actually the rules are specified in the bill. You know, their job is to make sure that the exchange rates stay stable. You know, that's just like their main job. And that's their long-term job. Their first job is to roll out the new currency or whatever that they decide. Okay, this is what it's going to look like, and all that kind of stuff. And actually, Harvey has it lined out there of how it would be rolled out. So,
you know, look,
we'll have to dissect that for you and get you a visual on it.
It makes perfect sense because you can see Harvey's work. I've said it, Dee, many times. I'm going to say it again. It's weaved through the tapestry. You can see it.
Yeah. And the more we go through the book and the more you see these little things going, you say, well, yeah, that's, you know, you can relate it to our modern day life right now and see it in the pattern.
Now, how about another quick etymology words, tax? Right?
Okay. All right.
Let's go to that one right there.
That.
Especially we've been talking about that over and over again.
Yeah.
Taxon, all right. Impose a tax on demand, it's a penalty, right? From the old French language. But then we go even further. Taxare, which is evaluate, estimate, assess, handle, censure, charge, right? So that goes back to that word in Latin. And you know what Latin is? It's the good old dead language in legalese as well. So then in basically you can see that it means to put a burden on. You're going to tax somebody. You're very taxing. Yeah, that's burden. Putting a strain. Okay? So it's not a very positive word. But if you go back to the Latin word, it means to evaluate, estimate, assess, censure, and charge, right? Now think about this, Dee, right, for a moment. Okay, taxing, when you tax, Harvey went through this whole bunch of books. Remember that one, that little picture there? And the taxation system is basically designed, it's rorted. We know that. Yeah. And they don't even know how to calculate it properly themselves, to be quite honest. Is that right?
We talked about that before.
Yeah, we did.
Money Magazine, I think, put out an article, I believe it was maybe 91, that had a bunch of professional tax preparers prepare a family's tax return. And I think nobody hit it on the mark. And only 5 of them came within 10% or 15% of the actual number. That's how complicated it is, you know. And if you call there and say, I need help with this, that, and the other, you're going to get a different answer every time. Because
it's designed that way. It's basically designed to be so complicated. So we don't say, oh, bugger it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just do it.
Just take the money out. Who cares?
Plus, you know, they hold it over you. I mean, how often do we hear about the IRS being weaponized? And it's not just against big people; it's against common, normal people. They were terrorized, and not only that, but it certainly creates this total underground economy. People trying to evade taxes or move things around so they have lower income. Yeah, that was the tax code that he sat there with. Yeah, all of those books. Yeah, And
If that'd be me, I'd be
he
saying,
reduced it down to that little thing that you saw him take to Congress. Isn't that crazy?
can you believe that, guys? I mean, think about this. Harvey read all those books
Yeah, he did.
and he put it down to that.
Yeah,
He's a genius.
he was. He
He
was.
was amazing genius, unbelievable.
He was.
And just to think that, remember, when President Trump said something the other day, I related to good old Charlie Kirk. I mean, I've got to go get a T-shirt and say, everyone wants to name a freeway, everyone wants to be him, but they don't know where he's buried, right? That's the reality right there. Right? No one knows. But he says, he was bigger before. He was actually bigger after he died. He was, bigger, much bigger.
Mhm.
Your dad's going to be a lot bigger, though. Don't you worry about that. Your dad, when this is all been said and done,
he worked hard.
I'm telling you, we're going to have a statue of Harvey out there somewhere.
That would be
when President
wonderful.
Trump's going to do that little garden of these,
Right.
Yeah. Harvey deserves to be out there. Don't you worry about that one.
We'll come up with a sketch.
Exactly. You're hearing it. You're hearing, you're going to hear it from us.
I'll start getting it commissioned. So.
Yeah, no, we're definitely going to do something like that. And he's basically, to me, he's a hero. You know what I mean? Because he cared about people.
He did.
That's what a hero is.
Yeah. When you read the book, you can just see that woven all over the place. He uses so many examples of how this would affect your average citizen, your average family, and how it would help, especially with the taxation, because the necessities of life are not taxed. And that's across the board. That's not just for one segment of the population or the other. Food, rent, medicine, and medical services. Also, you're going to have some raw materials used to make products that are not taxed. So that's going to trickle down into lower prices. And so lower income people benefit immensely from Nesara.
Yep. It was in quite a few local papers, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
Papers in right there. So
Yeah,
Harvey was grassroots all the way, I can tell.
He was. Yeah. And even after, Jean talked about in her interview how when the grifters came out, that they didn't have the means to combat any of that kind of stuff, but he kept it up and gave lectures to anybody who would listen, go talk to anybody who would have him. I remember a couple of times when they were here setting up his PA system. Remember I told you I was a DJ for a short time, and I would help him at a couple of his speeches. And, the difficult thing was that not a whole lot of people came, right? Because at that time, they weren't aware, they couldn't see down the road. And, people like to live in that box. I'm comfortable in this box. So don't do anything to change it. And the economy was better then than it is now. So.
Oh yeah, I mean, look, 37 trillion later, and we know where this is going. It's basically tanking the Fed. Debt's going back on there, and this shutdown that's done by Trump as well. Let me tell you.
Yeah.
It's just an opportunity for him to clean up shop. I know it's the Dems shutdown. I'm going to cut all this shit. You know what I mean? But by the way, I found money. Did you hear that one? By the way, I found money which I'm going to pay the military. Wink,
I didn't hear about that.
Oh, you didn't hear about that?
No.
Oh, no. I saw it just, he said it. He said this. He said, the Dems, right? Okay, he's blaming good old Schumer. Schumer shutdown. We know it isn't the first time Schumer did it with Pelosi, with the wall and all that. So remember, shutdowns have been done in the past, right? So he's using this shutdown as a way of shutting them all down. In other words, getting rid of all the fraud, the abuse, everything like that, and getting rid of all the disgusting filth in the swamp, right? Or swamp serves a purpose. The sewer, right? Right there. Yeah. So he's doing it deliberately. Now, he's saying, oh, no, don't you worry. I found some money. He said it. I've got to find it. I found some money. Basically, don't you worry. We allocated it. And he was talking about the military not getting paid on the 15th of October. Okay. We know what that means. 10 plus 15, 25, Q drop 25, 11.3 marker. Again, But then also think about it from this perspective. Who was the 25th president of the United States? McKinley.
Right.
What was McKinley known for? Tariff. Where did the money come to be able to pay the troops? Tariffs again. So
Right.
can you see how mirrors are important? I got the God bump, so I know I'm on the right track. Thank you.
You know you're on the right track. Yeah.
So that makes perfect sense logically. You can see. Look at the tariff column. We've got plenty of money. Okay, we know what there's coming from. He's going to go and pay the troops from the tariffs because remember, I just said it. 15th of October, that's when they were due to get paid. 10 plus 15, 25, Q drop 25. It's got to do with McKinley, as I said. So got McKinley, 25th president. McKinley, 25th president, tariff man, tariff king. Bang.
Yeah.
He's going to the tariff column to pay him out.
It's back to what we were talking about, you know, the tariffs, making enough money to pay what is important for our government to be spending money on, you know.
Yeah, that's right, Carol. It's on truth. That's right. Yes. I've got it right here. Would you like me to show you?
Sure.
Okay, here we go, guys. Enjoy. Chuck Schumer recently said that every day gets better. Yeah. And he goes, better for who? Not better for them because they're getting all cut down, right? You know what they say? Schumer's basically the grass and Trump's the lawnmower. That's what's going on right there. During their radical left shutdown, I disagree. If nothing is done because of leader Schumer and the Democrats, our brave troops will miss out on their paycheck. October, there you go, October the 15th. Got a sharp memory. That is why I'm using my authority as commander-in-chief. There you go. The only way is the military. So in other words, he's using the powers as commander-in-chief, superseding the corporation as the POTUS, because remember, POTUS has got some sort of restrictions, but under the commander-in-chief power, and think about it, national security.
Yes.
And it's to remember, the military are very important. So in other words, he's taking it from that angle. Genius, right?
Yes.
To direct our Secretary of War, Peter Hegseth, to use all the available funds for the troops to get paid. And there you go. And where does the money going to come from? As I said, 10, October 10, 15, 25, 25th president, McKinley, tariff king, tariffs.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
How amazing is that, guys?
Awesome.
Yeah, I love doing quick decodes like that.
Yeah, that's cool. And like I said, when you start looking at it and you look at it logically, you can see it, and you can see this Harvey's plan just weaved in. Yeah, it's weaved in. So that's great.
Yes.
Well, I think that's all I have on chapter 6. So
okay. What about
questions?
Okay, before we do that, let's make the announcement. It's time for some questions. Now,
it's time for some questions.
It's time to ask D and FCB some questions. Now, all you got to do is put a Q in front of it, not a question mark, because we're Q. Remember Q? Wink, wink. Q, yeah, like that one right there. And put your answer, your question after that Q, right?
Perfect.
The second thing also is, D, while we're waiting for people to do that, how about we show them your furry friends, okay? And you know what I want to call one of them? The Hamburglar, right?
Okay, yeah.
How about we show the furry friends?
Okay.
All right. Let me show the video. How long does that video go for? It's only a short one. Okay. Let me just get that all teed up there for everyone knows little D's furry friends. And as I said, I want to call one the Hamburglar. You got to find one for me that we're going to call the Hamburglar. So which one's this one?
That's probably Nolan. Yeah.
Is this Nolan?
Yeah.
There we go. So D, what are you feeding Nolan?
A cookie.
Oh, isn't that adorable? What type of cookie?
Oh, he likes the cream.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, it's lovely. Yeah, no, he looks like the Hamburglar. And apparently these raccoons eat anything, don't they?
Oh, they do.
They
do. We try to feed them healthy. Fruits and peanuts. I feed them some cat food. Breakfast cereal, certain leftovers we have, around the house. But there's about 35 of them, and I've been feeding the raccoons for about 9 years, and so I know their families and their bloodline. So I have probably 4 core families, and they'll have their babies midsummer, July, and they'll all grow up here, and some of them will stay, and some of them will move on. But yeah. That's all.
Oh, awesome. Right, so let's roll the first video. So what we're going to do is we're just going to have to mute ourselves because otherwise what happens is we get echo. All right, here we go.
I didn't know there was some of them. Okay.
What's it doing? What's it doing? Yeah, it's my little dog. Huh?
Oh, isn't that cute?
Oh,
Beautiful.
yeah. I'll get you some really good videos. So we'll, they're coming around because it's getting darker earlier. So they come a little bit earlier when it's still daylight. And I'll send you a picture of the raccoon hut. We have a thing I built for them out there that I put food out there. And then I have some of them that come directly onto the patio. So like Nolan.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay,
Any
so
questions?
I think we're starting to see some questions roll in, Dee. Now, maybe we should have a quick break, if you know what I mean.
Okay.
Just so we can go in, attend to some nature problems.
Okay.
If you know what I mean.
All right. Go ahead.
Yes, I'll be back, and then if you want, you can come. All right?
Okay. I'll be watching for some questions that come up. So take your time. All right, Miss Carol, let's see. All right. If you got a question, I'm watching the chat here. 5 times 5. Okay. I think I fixed the echo. Y'all were asking about that. Y'all can tell me if you still hear it. I love the raccoons. We have a lot of different animals out here. A small raccoon family that comes and eats my cat colony food. Oh, mom, dad, and 3 babies. That's so sweet. Yeah, I started feeding the raccoons, like I said, about 9 years ago. It started with one raccoon. She was crippled, and she had one of her legs was bent back, and I called her Cripple Mama. And I put out a little bowl of food, and it grew from there. And she's probably through the bloodline related to all the coons out here, but she lived here for 9 years. And when it was time for her to pass away, she came up to my porch, and she died of old age. But I've had so many. I had one that was his name was Marcus. Marcus would just sit with me. I think I've got a picture of me carving a pumpkin one year at Halloween, and he's just sitting right beside me eating the cookies and stuff. He was big. He was a really big raccoon. So. Do you have siblings? No, I do not. I am last of my kind, only child.
Rightio, back again.
Okay, there you go.
Okay, how do we go with the questions?
We did fine. Well, we talked about raccoons.
Oh, okay,
I had a
cool.
little echo problem, but I think we got that under control. And then they asked me if I had siblings. Okay, here we go.
Rightio. So I can put them up on the screen. So which one were we up to, Dee? Let me just say about the raccoons first, right?
333. Yeah, put that one up on the screen so I can look.
Okay, so it's 333. Let's just see. Has it got a Q in front of it?
Yes, it says Q. It says, if we have been stolen off of our entire lives in more ways than one, our parents and grandparents too, is it so unreasonable to think that we should get all or most of what was stolen back? I don't know that that's a reasonable assumption. You know, you have to look.
I think you missed a few out, darling. You missed out a few questions. I better go back up to the top and we'll get to that one.
Go back up to the top. I'll this one.
So this one here. Did Bernard write about meritocracy?
Yes, I believe he did. He talks about that in the book. So I'm pretty sure. I can't remember what chapter.
Okay.
But I'm going to write that down because I like to answer questions directly. So.
And President Trump speaks about meritocracy all the time. That we need to go back to it.
Right.
To meritocracy. And meritocracy, yes, is very important because be known by thy merits.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So hard work, I mean, like we do, we bring out the truth and all that sort of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That should be, that's merit right there.
Right.
That should be acknowledged. And especially since we're coming back to a meritocracy, that needs to be acknowledged. So Harvey's work needs to come out,
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And by making it easier for people to, what Harvey said was, we need more high-paying jobs. We need a few people looking for high-paying jobs, not a million people looking for a bunch of low-paying jobs, which would be based on, merit and what you bring to the table. And I think, obviously that's been lost worldwide.
Okay, so this is the next one. Now, obviously, this is not Harvey's.
Okay. What do you make of all of this pole shift talk? And if we live on a flat earth, how can it shift 90 degrees? Kind of scary with the earthquakes happening. I am out of the loop on that.
Okay, I'm going to answer this very quickly.
That's probably something more that you could address.
Okay, so as I've explained, guys, facts, evidence, and receipts. Now, there's a lot of, obviously, people going out there and saying things. And, when we talk about the Bible, it says about the four corners of the earth. Now, since I've looked, globes don't have corners, right? You heard about that in Scripture says about the four corners of the earth.
You mentioned the flat earth theory. So
yes. So basically, even back in the old days, they didn't know about the globe, right?
Mm-hmm.
So realistically speaking, do we know what shape where we are, this plane? Well, they say a plane is a flat thing as well.
Mm-hmm.
The earth plane. Now, going by even documents that exist, that are legit documents from NASA, it talks about the earth plane. Plane is flat. It's not globe. It's not thing. We've been lied to. That's just what we've got to know, is that we've been lied to about a lot of things. However, we need the facts, evidence, and receipts, right? That's what we need. So what do? We go by what grounds us, which is the truth at this point, what is factual. Now, the flat earth, people think of it being like, like a flying pancake in the vastness of space. Now, remember, Google is what are the ones that push that narrative out there. Who controls Google? That's all been proven. The CIA, right? They're the ones that controlled it. The deep state have controlled Google. They control the narrative. Now, remember, what do? They do things to discredit things. So, and basically, that's where we're at this point. That's what I'm saying. Have an open mind, because when things start to come out, as far as declassification of what's real, you're going to need it.
Yeah.
That's my best answer. What do you think?
I think that's a good answer. That's a good answer. All right.
Okay. This one here, is that the one you answered before? Or?
Let's see. Yeah. If okay. So that was the one about, would we get all of our money back? Because, we've been stolen from our parents and grandparents too. Is it unreasonable to think we should get all or part of our money back? I think maybe it is, and I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but at some point in time, you rip that Band-Aid off and you go forward. Okay. I don't foresee provisions, and certainly not in Harvey's bill, for reparations.
That's a very interesting point.
I
look at things in a different sense, look, obviously Harvey, different era, different time, I look at things in different angles as well, like you would, Dee, as well. Logically speaking, if you've been screwed for a long time, right, then basically you think about it's thievery. That's what it is. What they've been doing is thievery. Even Q said it. It's the silent thieves. Now, realistically speaking, they've been stealing our sweat equity.
Right.
That's what it is. Because why didn't they just print out the money and give it to themselves?
Right. They didn't need,
It doesn't have any value, does it?
No. Only our labor is what brings it value.
Exactly. So basically what happens is they put it through us. Circulation gives it life. So anything that circulates, blood circulates through something, it gives it life. just like they use circulation. That's why they call it circulation. So it circulates through humanity, and we give it life. It was a dead, it comes from a dead entity, right? Therefore, we've given it life. Through our sweat equity as well. Through our blood, that means circulation. See how everything's a play on words?
Right.
Sweat,
Yeah.
that we work hard, and tears. So everything's a play on words. Now, realistically speaking, what do these pirates do? That's because that's what they are, pirates, right? The IRS are pirates, the taxation are pirates. Income tax is a bunch of pirates. Yeah. What do? It's like the mafia, 50% protection money. You don't do it, we're going to make your life hell. That's exactly what they do.
Yeah.
And what do? Raids. What do they call them raids? What do pirates do? They raid the ship, don't they? That's what they do. And that's what they do. They raid us. Now, it all makes perfect sense. After all, they're in Puerto Rico. That's where they are. Right. The Pirates of the Caribbean are over there. That's why they got the Cayman Islands over there, because think about a small group of islands, Cayman Islands, that has the world's banks, all the world's bank in that location. And then we've even had our former Prime Minister here in Australia, Malcolm Turnbull, that's come out there and said that's where he's got his plunder. So in other words, we were paying taxation while he wasn't. Right. You know what I mean? And they put it in front of our faces. This is all true. This is all factual, what I'm saying. Right? And not just him, all of them have been putting their plunder there, and they're above the laws, their laws that they created, their illegal crap, right? So they're basically, putting all their plunder in this place known the Cayman Islands, which is over in the Caribbean. All that filth is over there. Epstein Island, Necker Island, Water Island, all there. Everything is there. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
So, in other words, there's got to be a price. There has to be a price. Okay. And so, that is yet to be determined. Yeah. But I'm telling you one thing, that getting back to what you're saying about stolen, right? Because they have been plundering, they have been pillaging, they have been tax raiding and taking it the half, which is basically our sweat equity. So realistically speaking, should we be entitled to reparations? I agree. We should. We have to. Yeah. But whether it is going to happen that way, and I'm which way it's going to translate is another thing. Yeah. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. And like I said, you said it very well. Are we entitled to it? Yes. Is it realistically going to happen? I don't.
Well, we don't know. We don't know. At this point, we don't know.
We don't know. It just depends on how that goes down, and is there going to be a system or things put into place to exact reparations from them, and can that be done? How is that divided? I mean, there's a lot of questions that you have to go there. How far back do we go? In a family line. So it's a difficult question.
Well, what we do is we go by what is facts, evidence and receipts, what we have that is tangible right now.
And I know I can tell
morally speaking, we should be entitled to it, right?
Yeah.
Morally
right? Speaking, that is correct.
However, President Trump he's the one that's awoken all these minds to the robbery of the Fed, right? You think about it. He's put them under the spotlight. That's what we were talking about in the pre-show too. Remember, D? How he's done it deliberately by design, right? And put him under the microscope. So people are aware. Now, remember also they're going to get rid of the IRS. That's on the cards as well. That's in Congress, but we don't want that bill, the one that you said.
No, we don't.
Right?
We don't want HR 25.
We want it gone all together. And realistically speaking, President Trump was talking about tariffs. I showed you that article, remember, from CNN about the tariffs, how he wants to bring in tariffs to basically counteract the income tax. What did McKinley do it? McKinley did it. It worked well. He said they had so much money they didn't know what to do with it.
Yeah, because they weren't spending any. They were only spending on infrastructure and defense. And so therefore, like I said, back then they weren't trying to put a chicken in every pot or take care of everybody's emotional problems. They said, here's your gun, here's your plow, good luck to you. And even as far as healthcare, they weren't involved in whether you had health care or not. That was private citizens' responsibility. So.
And you know what? And it's very interesting times we live in today, especially now with AI. That's the thing. We're living in very interesting times now with AI. Has opened up a huge, shall we say, can of worms at this point, because there's a lot of uncertainties. Now, remember, President Trump has to create the infrastructure to take control. Otherwise, how are you going to take control over the thing? You know what I mean? It's going to run rampant all over the place. And remember, AI is intelligence. That's the word right there. It's not just you program your washing machine and it knows to wash the dishes. Oh, sorry, to wash the, not the dishes.
The dishes or the clothes? Hey, they're
to wash the clothes, right? Yeah. Wash the clothes, right? Or the dishwasher.
Everything, yeah.
Right? It's programmed. That's the word, programmed. AI is intelligence. It evolves. That's the issue. It evolves, and it can get to the point where it thinks, well, hold on a minute, why do I need these people around? You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
That's the problem right there. Now, it has evolved, and I've been doing a lot of research on that, D, because it's very fundamental moving forward. With AI, it is going to replace jobs. It has been. It has been replacing.
It already has, yeah.
I've seen it.
Oh, I've seen it too.
you know where it's going? I mean, do we know where we fit into this equation? That's the question. Yeah. Where do we fit in? And remember, they're looking at universal basic income. You heard about that?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So realistically speaking, we are living in very uncertain times. That's where we are right now. But President Trump, remember, you've got to basically allow him to do what he has to do.
Yeah.
It's
going to take time for him to put all of that stuff in place.
Well, he has basically, the way I see it, he's using these entities to get what he needs out of him, because these other entities had the worst intentions, if you know what I mean. Now, I'll give you an example, because I've been doing my research on this. Neuralink. You heard about Neuralink? Little Elon's project.
Okay, yes, yes.
Right. Okay. Elon's little project. That is basically interfacing AI technology with biological human beings, right? So think about it from this perspective. You've got an issue with your brain or whatever, we can fix it, right? Then what they're trying to do is create, well, this is what I'm saying. President Trump has obviously got to put an end to all this, but this is where we were heading. And I think it's very important that people get that Elon Musk isn't good. He was never good, right? He wanted to interface this thing for control, ladies and gentlemen. It's all to do with control. And I'll tell you how it works. So, for example, if they put that thing in your brain to be able to conduct functions so you can continue functioning, they wanted to put on a subscription fee. So in other words, you'll be paying $1,000 a month to keep yourself functionable. That's exactly what I'm talking about there.
Okay.
And so, for example, and then also, how does that work? Well, control using, well, think about it. They're going to implement 6G in technology.
Yeah.
6G runs in terabytes, not megabytes, right?
Right.
And this technology is what they had installed. So think about this. You could rely on that piece of machinery to keep you alive. And if you couldn't pay the bills, well, guess what?
Yeah. Two thoughts on that. Yeah.
You know, I saw this thing and it all makes perfect sense. I don't know if you've seen this thing called Black Mirror, right? Black Mirror is a TV series. And it's basically what Elon had installed. They actually put it out there. Remember, like I said, science fiction? No,
Yeah.
It's not science fiction. They actually put it out there. So basically, what happened was this lady had an issue with her brain, and they didn't tell her what the situation would be. So, no, it'll cost you nothing to do the operation, or it'd be a low fee. but they didn't tell her that she was going to be walking around the place advertising shit, you know? So she was walking around and she was advertising condoms in front of children. You know what I mean? That sort of thing, or lube or things like that.
Right.
And because she didn't pay the high up subscription fee, she was susceptible to ads. How does that one grab you? So in other words, you would be losing your job if you didn't pay the money, so you didn't pay the different tiers of subscription.
Yeah.
That's what Elon had exactly installed for everybody, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? Does it make sense?
Well, and it's, that's where it's come to now. But like I was talking about earlier, the cognitive behavioral therapy that they've used on our experiment is actually the term with social media that they have done now. And even prior to that in early education, before we had cell phones and stuff like that, is all part of retraining your neuropaths in your brain, okay, to make that type of technology easy to install. But remember we talked, I don't know, several episodes ago about a movie. It was Time something or Out of Time, whatever. But you had a stamp on your
that's
your
right.
arm,
With
and
Justin Timberlake.
It was a clock that ran down, and you had to get to the place to buy your life minutes. And
Exactly.
you could trade them with someone, but if you did, then you expired, And so, but it was done like that, and people would wait in lines. They wait in lines like they would do for the to get into a bank or get into a payday loan place, and they were all just lined up, and if you didn't make the clock, you expired.
I just want to say this one, Greg, the man, I know he's obviously watching us for the first time. We appreciate it.
Hey, Greg.
Please watch The Kraken. I've explained that and then some, all in there, all the answers that you're firing our direction. Watch The Kraken. It's here on Rumble, Kraken 6.
Yeah, Greg, check it out. It's going to answer all your questions. And FCB did a really deep dive, and that's, like I said, when he found me, and I think I come out in like the third or the fourth episode.
You came on the third one, yeah.
But yes, it's great information, and it's going to give you the facts, evidence, and receipts that will let you know exactly what's going on with those things.
Yes, and that's the thing. I mean, there's no point in revisiting something that's already there and then some.
Right.
Now, this one here.
Watch it. Okay, what do we got here? So when the principal of our homes are paid, are you saying that the finance fee will be no more than 25%? What other fees are involved? Okay, so I'm not going to say it's exactly 25%, but I will try to check the bill and see what that, if he set a rate. But it is a one-time monetization fee. Okay, they don't get to charge you. If you understand how compound interest works, then every month that interest is added back to your principal, and it's more that you have to pay. That goes away. Let's see, finance fee will be no. What other fees are involved? Okay, so that's going to be, you may be referring to mortgage closing fees, or there's all kinds of fees when you buy a house. That has nothing to do with the bill. That has to do with property taxes and or your realtor and or your there's lawyer fees and stuff like that you have to pay when you close on a house. But as far as the bank is concerned, it's just that monetization fee. Now here's something that there's a recalibration. So let's just pretend November 1st, like say something that the bill, oh my God, it's magic, it passed. In the bill, there is all of the loans will be recalculated. Okay, and that is, he's got that spelled out. So, and they would be calculated on the new system. Therefore, if you are someone who has been paying on your house for a long time, chances are you have already paid your principal plus what any 25 or whatever the percentage set is, monetization fee. You've already paid that, so you're done. You see what I'm saying? That's what that's the debt relief that Nesara offers existing homeowners. New homeowners going forward would obviously not pay the compound interest. I hope that answers that for you. If not, send me an email. We'll dig deeper for you.
Awesome. And they can send you can send an email to the Nesara Institute at gmail.com.
Yes. I encourage y'all to send me emails. Look, I answer my own email, and I'm very diligent about, I will dig and get you the right answer. So don't be shy.
Awesome. Okay. And we had, where was it? I was there, and then you went somewhere else. You know what I mean?
Was it another question?
I got to go hunting again, Dee. You know what I mean? Don't worry, guys. Just give me a sec, because I know you all got a lot of questions. And we just, what's on your shirt? Repeat that one, Dee.
Oh, okay.
She was chanting.
So this is an appeal to heaven. And this original design was commissioned by General George Washington in 1775. I think the secretary actually drew the picture or whatever. But it was based on a quote from John Locke, who Harvey quotes John Locke several times in the book. And I'll pull up and read that quote again for you if you'd like. Okay, the appeal to heaven. It is a phrase coined by John Locke referring to the right of the people to rebel against unjust governments, or a fallacy of making a claim based solely on divine authority when God has not clearly indicated. And so that was important enough to General George Washington that he actually had this emblem done.
Do you want to read that one? George Washington is associated with the appeal to heaven. There we go. Mm-hmm. The one that you just said, there's the picture there.
Yes. That's the pine tree. Now this one's done a little bit differently.
Oh, is it done differently? Okay, so it says there that which was authorized with a squadron of 6 schooners in the fall of 1775. This flag with a pine tree with the motto, an appeal to heaven, symbolized a belief that divine power would guide the American patriots to victory against the British. Okay, yeah, that's lovely. They deserved it. Sorry.
Well, when you look at our taxation system and you look at what they were doing to us, we might have should have just said, okay. In fact, I think Harvey's got that in the book, a letter to England saying, we're sorry, we'll come back, just don't. We
love our British family out there too. Don't worry,
so
we're all in this together.
We've screwed ourselves even worse. Hey, do you want to tax us on a little bit of this? Okay, we're fine with that. Here's one, Lulu. I'm going to take this one, but normally if it doesn't have a Q in front of it, I wouldn't take it, but it's got a little question mark there. Okay. There we go, Dee. Read that one. Okay. Do you have people not believing when you explain your father's works? I have people listen, but no comments. I know they're not believing or even want to know because of those grifters. Just disheartening. Yes, I have had that problem for 3 years now. First of all, the Nesara, the pseudo Nesara put out by these grifters became something of fringe. It became something of conspiracy. And if you mentioned it, you were like, so most people, I'll tell you what my personal experience is. When I talk to them, they don't know what it is at all. And so you might be able to explain a little bit to them, but the first thing they're going to do is go check what you call the Wizard of Oz. And when they see all of this stuff with the pseudo Nesara, they go, oh, thank you, never mind. So that has damaged it. Like I said earlier, trying to combat something that's false, that's been considered fact for over 30 years is unbelievably difficult. But it does not dissuade my passion for doing so. Even people who are kind of interested in the economy, they kind of want to make sure they're taken care of. It's just something that people are not, I don't want to say they're not interested in talking about, and I don't mean the Saras particularly, but I mean the economy in general, your average people. And I go back to when I was proofreading this book to get it ready for paperback. Actually, even before that, after my father wrote it and we packed it away, and then I unpacked the stuff and I said, okay, this is what I'm going to do. I had never read his book Okay. Now here we are in what, 2022, 23, and I had never read my father's book. And people said, why? And I said, I figured because like most people, I figured this is above my head. This is economy, it's finance. I don't understand that. I'm a lowly bookkeeper at best. Through the process of getting it ready for print, I remembered something about my dad that I'd forgotten. He not only was a systems theorist, but he taught systems theory, and he had this unbelievable knack of meeting you where you are. And so he could explain things so simply. And I was like, okay, this is not so complicated after all. So it's just, don't get discouraged. You just keep at it. The ones that are interested will pick up on it. And hopefully they'll join us here for debate and learning, because we're all learning at the same time. That's,
And
that's what it's about.
and you got Jean. Jean's amazing.
Yeah.
She would have sat there and told you a lot of things as well, wouldn't she?
Yeah, she would have.
Yeah.
Because of course she lived through those days. We're going to take her little interview and make it an independent video. But she talks
Yes.
about those times when the grifters first came out, and how emotionally disturbing it was for them, especially for Harvey. He just never imagined that someone would take something that was good for people and turn it into something that was just about making money. So.
It sort of, that little theory we covered, and look, it's a theory at this point, but you know how it all works, right? So, in other words, he did send it into Congress, or he went there. Bush, so not Bush,
Clinton.
what's his name?
Yeah.
Clinton.
Yes, I think at that time. And so when he introduced it, he took it up there, and that was in the early 90s. And then in 96, when he released the bill portion and his first works, even at the beginning, they just dismissed him. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much, sir. We'll look at it. Of course, they
That's
didn't want
how they
anything
work.
to do with it. And so when he released it in 96, they couldn't unring that bell. It was out in the public domain. So the question has always crossed my mind. We have a few years down the road from 96 to 2000, and all of a sudden, here comes the dove of oneness, Shanae Goodwin. So my question was, they know it's a serious proposal. They'd seen it before. Was she? Did she just stumble on this all by herself and say, "Oh, look, I can make a whole lot of money off of this," or was there something else involved? Again, I have no proof of that, but it's a logical question, I think. So.
Well, when you look at things such as certain characters that have been put into certain places for false credibility, so what they do is, you think about it, like about Alex Jones, right? We went through this previously.
Yes, we did. Yeah.
And
right.
basically, they put him there, and it was a Mossad asset. That's what it says in the Q drops. Now, you put an asset like that in place so you can discredit him. And the more you discredit him, the more credit he gains in the truther community. Done by design.
Right.
The same with her. You know what I mean?
I think so.
It all makes logical sense to me, because think about it. The truth, the real truth, is a threat to the establishment. That's what it is.
It is.
And we know what the establishment is.
Right. We do. So, I've been asked before, well, was your family ever threatened or anything? And I said, no. I said, let me tell you, after she came out and discredited it and made it such a fringed idea that nobody would even talk about it, there was no reason to come out, after us. It wouldn't make any sense, right? Because she had already discredited the entire idea.
Yes.
So
that makes sense, because why go after and make it
right?
Then it'll add more, shall we say, put them under the microscope.
Right.
It'll draw more attention. So what do? You do that. That makes logical sense to me.
Well, in the 20 years since his death, my mom and I have lived, close to each other, and I can guarantee you, no one has ever come looking for us. there was one reporter purportedly from California a few years back. I think it was during Trump's first term. Knocked on the door. We answered a few questions, spent an hour or so with him, and he disappeared in the fog. We never heard from him again. That was it, you know? And we've been happily buried on 12 Oaks all this time. I say that, but we live out in the country. But yeah, so it was just like I was saying earlier about the social media and the other media outlets, you know, because you would think, wow, this is something that should be on the major news and people should be talking about it, and congressmen, and no. They know that fringe stuff doesn't stand a chance of being real or you know, reaching any kind of fruition. Right?
It's all
So they're
about,
happy to let it go. You know,
Yeah.
it doesn't upset their gravy train in any way.
well, that's it. I mean, look, have a look at what they've done with the flat earth theory. They put it out there like a flying pancake, right, on Google. So anyone that goes, oh, these flat earthers are nutters, you know what I mean? Because they're seeing like a flying disc in the vastness of space with the icicles hanging off the side. And that's all been done by them. You don't realize it. They do it deliberately.
They do it
So
deliberately.
anyone that questions it, what goes in their minds? Oh, the flying pancake. You know what I mean?
Right. I don't know.
That's how it works.
Yeah.
Okay,
that
next
is-
one.
you're right.
Thank you very
You're
much for that.
Yeah.
You
Thank
want to read that one?
Okay. What is going to happen to all the money
Question.
is taking away from the cabal that was stolen from us? Are we going to get our share of that? That's not a question.
Okay, I think
can
we answered that question before.
Yeah. And that's not something I can answer. That would depend on. We should we invest in mainly silver? I'm not going to give you any investment advice. I don't do that.
What we do is use logic.
Just use your logic, use your own discernment. You know, silver and gold have always been good investments. Since the beginning of time. So, you know, I don't see why it would be off the table. But yeah, I'm not going to tell you what to do.
Well, you think about this, right? So silver and gold has been around since antiquity, right?
Oh, yeah.
Now, the diamonds, ladies and gentlemen, that is something that was done by the De Beers. Do you know about that? A little quick fact.
Yeah.
Okay, so basically diamonds, how do you give something value, right? So basically there's plenty of them. You restrict the supply and you increase the demand. The De Beers put out a campaign, diamonds are a girl's best friend, and it's worth so many months' salary and all that sort of crap. And they went, and then all of a sudden they were making a shitload of cash. You know what I mean? That's how it is. You create the demand and you restrict the supply, like Bitcoin. It's exactly the same deal.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
Okay, let's continue on. That was a bit of a fun fact there.
Yeah.
Let's go to, let's see, we've got a double Q. I thought I saw that one. What's over there? Okay, hold on. Is that from Wolf? I think it's from Wolf, isn't it?
Oh, that's Wolf. Okay. I'm thinking logically for someone that pays 36.9 on credit cards and everybody is making millions off of lies and my family got does that say murdered?
Yeah, murder. And it's a term, you know, as in you get raped, you know?
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're telling me that we just have to suck that up. I don't know. That's not for me to decide. I'm telling you that this is the proposed bill and it does not make provisions for reparations. That would be decided, I guess, by the people, by the president at the time, the government, the Congress at the time, if that was going to be something that was worked into a bill. Like I said, this is a proposed bill. Certainly would need to be tweaked, because some times have changed. So there's some things that we need to make adjustments on. But there's no reparations mentioned in the original Nesara bill.
I just want to add to that business. Now, think about this. President Trump, by doing what he's doing, exposing the Federal Reserve, right, which is the big one, right?
Right.
He's exposing the usury, right? That's what he's been doing. Look at Switzerland. They've got a 0.25%. In America, it's a lot more than that. So he's exposing the usury. Now, think about it from this perspective. That is usury plus, you know what I mean? When it comes to credit cards, it's a rort, that whole system.
It is.
Now, if he's exposing that usury, You can probably bet your bottom dollar that the next is going to be all that garbage as well. It's going to follow. So President Trump is basically awakening minds at this point, exposing. So what we need to do is have faith, trust President Trump. Remember, he was screwed as well. You got to go to his past. Remember, he was bankrupted by those entities, right? And he's never forgotten. That's the thing. Never think that he's forgotten. Don't you worry. He's getting ready. People don't realize that. Remember, think about this man, what he's gone through, right? He had casinos, he had everything, and he was bankrupted. Now, these people are going to pay a price, or these companies, these entities are going to pay a price, right?
And it's not that I don't sympathize with people wanting reparations. I can attest to the fact that, yes, I would like that as well. That would be wonderful. I just don't know what the reality of that is. And I'm not going to sit here and guarantee you something that I'm not sure of myself, So
all we can go by is basically
evidence and receipts.
Exactly that. That's exactly what we do. But then also by what's happening right now. So you can see what President Trump's doing. You go to his past, you can see that obviously even he got screwed, right? So then he doesn't like usury. And there's obviously he's in control. So you know where this is all heading. You know what I mean? You just got to have faith in him, in what he's doing. All right. So that's the way you got to look at it from a logical standpoint.
Okay, David.
There we go.
Okay, David. Do you feel this is the end of the so-called movie?
Okay, so
or does it last until July 4th, 2026? Humanity needs this RV and feels like it's never going to happen.
Rightio. Number one, the RV is a myth. Right? The RV is a rort. The RV is a con that came back from the days of Iraq with the war. I've exposed it all. Watch the Kraken. It's all there, isn't it, Dee? I brought it all out there.
Yes.
Right? I recommend you watch it. And the date promises. The other thing, David, don't listen to the date promises. They promised date like they said. Oh, let me show you, Dee. The Nesara, the pseudo Nesara, they said it was going to be released on the 1st of September 2025. They've been saying that, remember from the Dove of Wonders.
I think it was
has
the
been saying
23rd,
this
and then they changed it to January 1st.
Yeah, and they've been kicking that can up the road ever since. Promises, date promises. Oh, yeah, in fact, the biggest date promise that was not that long ago, September the 23rd, was the rapture. And we're still here, by the way. And we know that was all a scam as well. I've proven that over and over again. Don't believe in these dates. President Trump is the one that controls everything. All right, the commander-in-chief. Don't believe the date promises. They go out there and they attract gullible people. Okay, that's what they do. Because to them, the more people follow them, the more money they make through monetization. And then they get to sell their wares and their subscriptions and their lies and their deceptions. So please, David, go and watch The Kraken 6, Part 1, right through to Part 4. You're going to get a lot out of it. I can guarantee you that much.
You'll learn a lot. And like I said, at the beginning, I said the best way to combat the grifters is to stop feeding them, right? Unsubscribe from their channels, unsubscribe from their newsletters, don't view their videos, don't dislike, don't comment. And this will slowly take them out of that position to be monetized.
Exactly. So thank you very much for your question. And there's no silly questions here, guys. Yeah. As long as it's done with respect, we're happy to answer anything. But remember, the Kraken 6 was done by, as I said, I'm an investigative journalist. When I bring out things, it's all based on facts, evidence, and receipts. Steve knows this, right? And everyone that watches me knows that I work that way. We don't work with NDAs. No. We don't.
No. I wouldn't be here otherwise, If it was someone who was just, listen, FC and his team, and we don't make money off this. This is a production that cost us money.
No, it actually does.
Bringing you the truth, and so and when I say dedicated, I mean dedicated. So I wouldn't be here if it weren't for him and his generosity of giving me a platform to spread the truth. And also if it wasn't for his thorough investigation of things. So
Well, look, what we bring out is all factual, right?
mhm.
And that's the problem for them, not for us, for them, right?
Right.
Because they are all that goes by the NDAs, their gag orders, their this, their that, their 1001 excuse book. That's what they got. And they're always kicking the can up the road, as I say, Dee, always kicking up the can up the road. Oh, no, now it's apparently gone to the 1st of Jan. Did you hear that one? 1st
Yeah,
of
I did.
Jan,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah. When
Since,
we had the
since
whole
back in the
video
day
thing,
of
remember?
the double dumbness.
Yeah, I sent you the video and all of that. But you
Yes.
know, it's disheartening for people who are learning that all this time they've been following these people and they've been misled by them, and it's difficult to be in that position. Okay, you, you don't know what to do. Like I explained to FC, it's like a bird hitting the window, a plate glass window. You get stunned. You got to regroup, and then you've got to sit quietly and say, "Okay, which path am I going to go?" And let me tell you something. It's okay. I know people say, "Oh, I feel so ashamed because I don't ever do that." There's not a person walking the planet that has never been taken advantage of by somebody. Okay,
I was taken advantage by the RV. Mum, putting my hand up and all the rest of the garbage.
It happens. So you
Well, you know what?
forgive yourself. You forgive yourself because you're the one that needs the relief more than you know. And
Well,
pick it up.
you
move
heard
it
about
on.
the forgiveness. Forgiveness is the scent the violet sheds on the hill that has crushed it.
That's
Makes
nice.
sense?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, that is nice.
Mark Twain, I think it is.
Is it? Okay.
Yes.
I'll have to look that one up. So, all right.
Okay.
You got any more questions?
We've got more. Don't you worry. They've been
Okay.
rolling in for you.
Can you get the book on Amazon? I just want to make sure I get the right book. Thank you so much for asking this question. It's very important. You can get it on Amazon. Now, let me tell you a little bit about that. There are people who buy this book and the hardcover. Now, the hardcover is only available on eBay, and these are the original ones that my father had in storage. I will never print another hardback. I only sell these on eBay, and I do sell them for $300 because they're the last of their kind. You will see these hardbacks available for $800, $500, or whatever. Those are the ones on eBay. Now, on Amazon, what I've seen people do is they buy the paperback and then they resell it. So make sure that you use the link on my website, and that will get you directly to our posting. And right there, you have a choice between the paperback and the Kindle. The Barnes & Noble link on the website, thank you, FC, has the, it'll take you directly to the Barnes & Noble online platform. We don't have it in paperback on Barnes & Noble. I hope that answers your question.
Awesome. Rightio. Let's continue on. Let me see where I was because I put up your okay, Amazon. There we go. The next one. Here we go from Kitty Cat.
Will all the principal paid on mortgages already be reimbursed? Okay.
So principal is basically the amount
The amount of
that
the
is
house.
owned about
Right.
the physical property, not the interest, correct?
Correct. Okay. So what would happen is that if you're marching along and say the bill went into action, there's a recalculation of mortgages. All right. If you have been paying on your note long enough to cover the principal amount,
Mortgage. I'm just going to say that.
I know,
So
I know,
everyone gets it. Yeah.
we call it house note over here. Y'all call it mortgage.
Yeah.
On your mortgage, if you have been paying on that and you have paid your principal amount and you're now over that, whatever, if you've paid more than your principal plus the monetization fee, then you're done. Okay, you're finished paying. Would the difference be refunded? Probably not, but you don't have to make any more payments if you've satisfied that criteria in the restructure. Okay. If you haven't, then what you have is you have a new loan balance, which is going to be a whole lot less than if you were paying the compound interest over the remainder time period that you have left on your mortgage.
I mean, we get screwed by the local government too, by the way, you know that. So,
Oh yeah.
for
Property
example,
taxes.
okay, you got your house, you own it outright, my bum, right? Because the way they work is like this. You know, in some places you only own your property for 99 years. You know that, and then you heard about that when it's on Crown land. Anyway, it's all crap.
Okay.
Yeah. So basically, you pay each year. We call it rates. Now, obviously, there's called something else like land, some tax that you pay each year to the local government. Is that correct?
We pay property taxes each year too.
That's okay. So we pay what we call rates. So you would liken that to being property tax, right?
Yeah.
So these property taxes is basically what? To keep them going. That's what they do. But they make a shitload of money. Let me be quite honest. They make a lot of money. They wrought the system. They literally wrought it, you know? How does that work? Is it like thousands of dollars?
Yes. Well, depending on the size and value of your home, we have what are called tax assessors, like we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
So in any given, I live in Louisiana, so it's a parish, but if you're in another state, it could be a county. And they assess the value of your property. And that's how much you pay. It's on a percentage or however they figure it out.
That's right.
That money goes for a lot of different things. Now, most of us get to vote on what our property tax goes on. It goes to, like, okay, so part of it may go to infrastructure, part of it may go to schools, part of it may go to different whatever. But yes, a great portion of it goes to keep that tax assessor in his office trucking along. So,
yeah. I said most of it goes to their pockets.
Yes, it does. Right. Yeah.
Okay, let's continue on. Okay, so this one's probably for me. Will there be an EBS? Now, for those who don't know what an EBS is, it's an emergency broadcast system, right? So in other words, we're going to the Q drops now. Q drop 34 says we will. Not we may, we will not think about it. No, we will be having it, right? And to bypass, now think about why would you have an emergency broadcast, right? Now, obviously, it's going to involve a major event, isn't it? That obviously, when Q talks about in that Q drop 34, it talks about also pre-lifting laws worldwide as well, both home and abroad, to allow the military to do what they have to do. So naturally, we live in a world today, so I'm going by logic as well. So we live in a world today where we are all connected via the internet. Technology, networks, even the media network are connected via the internet, right? So in other words, if there's going to be an EBS and it's going to, why would they pre-lift all these laws to allow the military? It's got to be a worldwide operation, right? And as I've said, in the Q drop 521, scare necessary event, there's going to be something of major significance. And I've been saying it all along. World War III, you can see we are heading towards it, right? There's a lot of escalation, shall we say. There's a reason for that because, as Q says as well, we need to bypass the evil narrative that's been long broadcasted, right? Which is true.
Right.
So the question is, will there be one? Well, according to Q drop 34, we will. Not we may think about it. So hopefully that answers your question. Thank you very much,
and I
Greg.
think maybe their question would how it reflects on this bill. Will that be included in it? I have no idea.
That's very interesting.
They always claim, oh, it's been passed in secret and it'll be announced. I don't know that, and I don't believe that for a minute. I don't believe that it's been passed in secret. I think
it's a bunch of crap. Yeah.
That never happened in my mind.
No.
It did not happen. You can see President Trump weaving in Harvey's stuff into what he's doing. And I will give, I told you before the show, I will give FCB credit for this realization within myself. I'm a person who's about to retire. We've got everything in the stock market or pension or whatever. And that's a very precarious situation to be in. And a lot of people are there. If you were to suddenly just rip the rug right out and say, okay, we're doing this now, it would be mayhem. Okay. It would be. And I do not believe for 1 minute after President Trump has had this plan so carefully, as FCB talks about 8 years, rolling it out. And he has avoided inner conflict the best that he can without outbreak of civil war, would do something like that. I think, and this is just, again, my personal opinion, that these things are woven in there. Will we get to a passage of something like Nesara? That's up to us. That's up to the people. We have to get together and say, okay, this is what we want. This is how we want our monetary and fiscal policy to look, because it's our money and it's our world, country, whatever, but we have to demand that. They're not just going to hand it to us.
There's a lot of things that need to happen, Dee, and it needs to be done systematically.
That's right.
Because remember, everything, even also in the Q drops that makes sense, it must be done organically. It must be done this way. Now, remember, I've even proven with all the facts and receipts as well, World War I, World War II. Well, President Trump speaks about that. Why does he tell us to go and look at that sort of? There's a lot of things that are very important then. Because remember, wars are scams. Trillions of money have been made. It's basically about controlling resources, controlling humanity. That's what it's all about. So basically what they've been working is on a principle, which I'll expose in this show tomorrow, treachery. There's a lot to show, guys. I'm going to blow the lid, and I'm going to blow minds tomorrow. You got no idea what's coming your way, because everything that you thought you knew, you forget about it.
Take a deep breath.
Right? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well,
because
and how many times,
the treachery runs deep.
Yeah, it does. Oh, how many times when he's reading the book, Harvey refers to wars as being monetary traps, and part of that cycle, the boom and the bust, and the quantitative easing cycle that they have to do. And they use that not only to fund their own pockets, but to control the economy. And he references that throughout the book.
Yep. Now, I know, look, Greg's new. Greg, as I said, please, I know you got a lot of questions regarding the RV and this and the other. Go and watch The Kraken 6.
Okay, yeah.
Please go and watch it. Do yourself the favor. I went to a lot of work, a lot of hard research, facts and some receipts. It's all there. I know obviously, you know what it is, Dee? When you've been told a lie often enough, you think it's true, right?
Yes,
that's exactly how these grifters work.
About. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Now, I get it. I mean, Greg might be coming to these realizations and all that, but he needs to see the facts and some receipts. And I agree. They haven't been giving you the real answers. They've been going around deceiving people and then using an NDA as an excuse so you don't ask him anything. No, I'm giving you the hardcore facts and some receipts. It's all there, Greg. Go and watch it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's all I can say.
It will be wonderful.
Right there we go. Oh, here we go, another one. Okay.
Well,
again.
Okay, be held responsible, especially when many are expecting a med bed. The only way that you can hold them responsible, like FCB pointed out in the Kraken, and we've pointed out several times here, for entertainment purposes only. Okay, if you read that disclaimer, most of them have that on their channels. Go look for it. I bet you find it. That absolves them of any responsibility. The way to combat them: unsubscribe from their newsletters. If ask for a refund if that's something that applies to you. And don't dislike, don't comment, cut them off. The more you do that, then the smaller they become. And
exactly.
Yeah.
And we did speak about that in one of the shows, Dee. Remember we brought up an example of one of these cast of characters, and we made an example of him. So we did speak about that. Now, watch The Kraken. Everything is in there. Everything is factual. Everything's based on facts and receipts. We don't do NDAs here. We don't do anything.
No.
We are an open book. That's how it is, right? Now, as I said, those people that after they see these things, the truth, they've got a choice. They can't sit there and blame the grifters and say, oh, I didn't know, when you did know. When, like Dee said, you want to make a difference, stop enabling them. Otherwise, go and get yourself a mirror when the shit hits the fan and point the finger directly in the mirror, and you can see who you're going to blame at the end of it. Because you were told. That's the reality, Dee.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is. And I know it's a difficult process for people to go through. It's just hard to come to that realization. But take yourself by the hand and push forward. It's like the Fanny Hill story with the skiing with Harvey. Remember I told the story when you're in the middle of the hill, you got a choice. You're either going to stand there and cry.
Dee, another thing I say to people, we don't spoon feed here. You got to also take responsibility and ownership. Yeah. Like I said, Greg, okay, I know you want to watch the show, the Kraken. Go in there, go into the, shall we say, the main Freedom Channel broadcast in there, and you will see, just scroll a little bit down there, and you will see the Krakens lined up, one after another, in sequence. Okay?
Yeah.
We all got to do our bit. Rightio. How about we continue on?
Okay. What you got?
I love how new people are joining, and we
that's great. I'm keeping an eye over it. That's why I keep looking. I'm looking at the comments. So.
Yeah, that's great, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Here we go.
I'm so grateful.
Okay, Greg, as I said, you're going to have to go and watch the Kraken. I'm not going to keep repeating it.
Well, he's got. I think Carol just shared the link. So.
Oh, did she? Oh, awesome.
Yeah, she
well
just
done,
shared
Carol.
the link with him. So.
Well done, Carol's awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Carol. Yeah, she gave him the link. Yeah. Awesome. Any other questions, guys? I mean, don't be shy. There's no wrong, right questions.
No.
I mean, look, there's a lot of people that are concerned with what's going on at this point, and I've seen it. I'm just going to address it very quickly, Dee. Trust President Trump.
Yes.
He knows what he's doing.
Absolutely.
I know there's a lot of people saying about why did he say about the vaccines and why he took the COVID vaccine boosters and all that. Remember, he's the master chess player, right?
Right.
He's got to seem that he's in their corner, and he's not going to basically, show him the cards, is he? He's got to play the game right to the very end. And that's what I'm saying. I do these decodes for a reason. Watch Treachery tomorrow. A lot of things are going to be revealed, but then also the Pharmakia one's going to be big as well. So hopefully that answers your questions.
Yeah, so I have some homework. I'm going to check on that percentage rate and see if there's an actual loan percentage rate for a mortgage in the bill, or if there is a calculation that can be made. I know next week we're going to do chapter 7. I think it's the What's in It for Me, which ought to be great because I can come up with a lot of good graphics for that, and we can get some simplified, exactly what Harvey was envisioning for us.
So I know Wolf tried to get your flyers out, and we appreciate your,
Oh
you
yeah,
doing that,
thanks,
Wolf.
Okay.
So basically, apparently he had some incident with Secret Service, unfortunately, trying to give it out. And remember, obviously, they got to play the game.
They do too. Yeah. Like I said, it's not something that they want to broadcast loudly. I guess maybe I don't know. Not time yet. Maybe Trump, like I said, he's weaving stuff in, like I like to say. But trust me, they know we're here. President Trump and his team know we're here, and the more people we can reach, the better for you in the long run. Okay, the better educated you are, and the better able you are to critically think about things, the better off you'll be.
So Carol's got a question for you right on the screen.
Okay, would a line of credit on your home be the same as a mortgage when it comes to Harvey's bill? Okay, so did you pledge that home against that line of credit? Is the home collateral? Because a line of credit is different from a mortgage. Line of credit is usually just on your signature, and that would be considered an unsecured loan. So there's no provisions in Nesara's bill or Harvey's bill for unsecured loans. Now, but remember, all compound interest becomes illegal. So even if you have an unsecured loan, you're only going to pay a simple interest rate, if that helps. But it would be critical to know if that property was pledged against that line of credit.
So you know what a signature is? It's your sign of nature. You know that?
A
So
sign of nature,
basically,
yeah.
it's the way of getting the dead corporation, so the entity, to the flesh. See, that's what it means, sign of nature. So you're putting a sign of nature, and you're agreeing to the terms and conditions. So you're whatever's in that, you're taking that form. So everything has to do with, you know, words, play on words, everything like that. That's how they've been getting away with the, what do we call it? Before we that little word that we used. Okay, the
Usury?
no. The one what did you say? You had it before, love. We was talking about it with the grammar and the semantics. That's it. The semantics.
Oh,
yes,
okay,
the semantics.
Right. Yeah.
That's what it is. Yeah,
Right.
that's the word.
And that's how they've changed the sense of the word, and use that against us, and then created new words with new definitions. Which, like I said, Chief Justice Marshall and Pitney said you can't do that. But
Well, you think about this, right? So you know when? Okay, this is how they've been able to get away, and this will give you a perfect example. Number one. When you put your sign of nature, that comes from you. That's what President Trump says. I love my sign of nature, right? He uses those words. But also, think about the electronic sign of nature. Number one, when you bring your mouse and you say, I agree to the terms and conditions. The way it works is like this. We don't do a perfect line. We move it across, and it knows that we're human. Therefore, it knows it's a sign of nature. If it had been, say, programmed by a computer, it would do a direct line from point A to point B where the box is ticked. Does it make sense?
Yeah, it does.
So that's how it realizes that is a sign of nature as well.
Okay. Yeah. That does.
That's how they're able to get away with things, guys. And you know that the boxes is like you're bound by those terms. It's being bound within that court. You know, that's what a box represents, a court. So there's all this, you want to see what I mean? How it all works?
How it all works together.
Yes.
But yeah, like I said, if I could rename the book, it would be How They Got Over on You.
I'll call it Being Bent Over a Barrel. Okay.
Let's see. She said something about a farm.
Yeah, no, someone here, let's have a look at it. Yeah, we'd like to buy a farm.
Cheryl talking to Kathy. Okay.
Yes. Another one here. How do we prepare? Just need to elaborate more, Survivor, so far. Prepare for what? I would like to know what you mean by prepare. Because you can prepare your dinner. Do you know what I mean?
Okay. Oh, how do we prepare?
Yes.
You use your discernment. You make sure you get facts, evidence, and receipts. You know.
It depends on what he means by prepare. So if you would like to elaborate more and put the cue in front,
tell me what,
just so we can be able to answer it a lot more clearly. What's this one here? No, we normally put a cue in front of there, Kathy. You're being naughty now. Okay.
Not it out to do something else. The rent could pay the mortgage. Okay. I'm not sure I understand. Was that?
No, you have to clear that one up a little bit, guys. I mean, look, we want to be able to answer your questions. So obviously, number one, put the cue in front so we know that there is a question being answered, required to be answered. And also, please make your questions very clear so that we're able to answer them correctly. So Kathy, if you can redo that one, and then also Survivor so far, if you can do that as well, that would be great. Right? Because we want to get it right. You know what I mean? So, getting back to what I was saying, President Trump is basically playing the game. He knows what he's doing. Don't be, shall we say, I know there's a lot of disgusting, filthy names have been called about him. Have you seen it? It's pretty bad.
It's been going on since he came down the escalator.
It's been getting a lot worse, especially from the people that used to voted for him in MAGA. And they say, well, we used to vote for you in MAGA, now we're calling you this now.
Easily swayed, aren't they?
They are. They don't get it.
I don't like fear mongering. Okay.
Yeah,
You know,
same here.
I just don't. And so, back to what I said earlier, President Trump has gone to great lengths to avoid these catastrophic events. And what I mean by that is a civil war, or, and trying to make, I mean, he could have come out in the beginning and said, okay, here, we're ripping the Band-Aid off. We're doing all of this stuff at once.
Yeah,
It'd have been mayhem. It'd been riots in the street. He cares about people, and he wants to do things systematically. So,
correct.
I don't like the fear mongering on any level. You think about, well, the fake Nesara, Geseras or whatever. There's industries all over the place that capitalize on your fear. I mean, think about the survival industry. That question just reminded me of that. There's websites, and you need this, and you need that, and you don't have your bomb shelter. Well, you better get one because it's coming. And so use your own discernment about what is going to best serve you and your family in any emergency situation. But like I said, I don't like the fear mongering.
There's so many of these people fear mongering. It's like, okay, what I say to them is this: if you're going to live on fear, then you might as well do some exercise. What kind of exercises, FCB? Well, try to bend down and kiss your asshole goodbye. That's the exercises you should be doing.
All right.
Because you already believe it, so you might as well start exercising for it.
All right. I meant to ask, aren't they, IMF and World Bank, evil as well? If yes, will those worked for them be arrested and held responsible? I have no idea. I cannot answer that question for you.
The IMF and World Bank, we know that they...
Yeah. Yes, I agree with are they bad? Yes. Will they be held accountable? I don't have a crystal ball in that avenue.
Well, what I can tell you is this. President Trump has already put it out there that, okay, you'll know on Treachery tomorrow. It's going to be amazing. You're going to love it, D. The amount of shit that you're going to see there.
I got my planned.
Look, when I started doing it, it's like, when you start digging and you start to find the spider web that is all over the world, okay, because it's really literally all over the world. And remember left and right? You can forget about left and right as well. I'm going to blow that apart, okay, because it's not about left and right. As Q says, it makes perfect sense, right? Because they're all involved in this filth. And the money, you remember what Q says, follow the money. Oh, don't you worry, I followed the money, right? And then you're going to realize that President Trump, you're going to have a full, those that sat there and called him all these nasty names, and I'm going to bring out all the facts and some receipts, you're going to have a different appreciation of President Trump. I guarantee you that by tomorrow, you will be like, where's this man? You know what I mean? He's amazing. That's the realization. Now, the IMF and the World Bank and all the rest of these cast of characters have been involved in trying to screw over America. That's the world, what they've been trying to do. IMF, European Union, President Trump has called out the European Union, that they were created to destroy America. And also think about it. Soros's works about destroying America. Open borders, flooding. Well, have a look at what he's tried to do in Europe. It did exactly the same thing. And that's why President Trump says, hey, look at you over in Europe. You've got that problem over there. We don't have that problem anymore. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
So these entities, don't you worry. President Trump has got something special lined up for them. So, will there be arrests? Look, based on what he's been bringing out and talking about, don't you worry, he's lining it all up. But it needs to make sense to the masses organically, because when it starts to roll, these people out there are going to be going out there in the streets and demanding that they get locked up. You know what I mean? That's what it's going to be.
Yeah. And so that's something that like I said, President Trump and the people have to decide, who's responsible, what the penalty is, like I said, and I'm not going to get out ahead against that.
Okay, so this one here,
nice idea, and I hope it happens. So, is the 1950s pricing possible? I don't think so. As far as how pricing would go under Harvey's bill, again, the manufacturing, it all fits together. Okay, so in the taxation bill, it's not just the income tax. You're getting rid of capital gains tax, corporate taxes, And so that attracts manufacturing here permanently. Like I said, President Trump right now is doing it with tariffs and other, deals that he's cutting. But this would make it permanent. So you make it cheaper for them to operate here. Also, some of their raw materials would not be taxed, right? So the prices of items would come down. The goal is to, again, you have a breadwinner in the family, and you're able to raise a family. Right now, you have mom and dad are both working. Probably the oldest child that is of age to work, all just to make ends meet. What Harvey's bill does in its entirety would return us to a situation where there are high-paying jobs here, where you could actually support a family with just one person working. I hope that answers your question.
Awesome. Now, I just want to reiterate on Wolf's thing with General Flynn. So, very important, Dee. So, I know Wolf tried to get you in with over there so you can speak. And I truly believe that there's a time for everything to happen.
That's right.
That's why everything's going to happen in sequence. So, I just want to say to Wolf that, I know you had a hard day, right? I know what you saw there, what you were told, but let me tell you something. I'm going to give you another spin, another take on what I see. Okay, number one, this whole thing about Charlie, Kirk. We know there's a reason and a rhyme for everything, right? So you would have went there, and I saw the pictures there, Wolf. Let me show you, Dee, and everybody else, and then we'll go through the video and I'll explain very quickly, just so I can get Wolf to feel, obviously to see what we saw, right? What I spoke about. Oops. Right. So have a look at that. So that's what Wolf was there at the General Flynn was over there at what was it, like a get together, or what do you call those places where they
the festival?
Festival, yeah, a festival where he spoke there, and just by Wolf telling me there was Secret Service, which means it's basically what we can, we know about General Flynn, that he's protected, right? Yes. And we know that he's in a secret cabinet, for example, just like President Trump. That's why we get the 19 comms. 19th president was Rutherford Hayes. You go to Rutherford Hayes, sworn in secrecy. President Trump has even come out. Remember that video I showed you about 45th, 46th, what is it? We know what it's going on. Anyway, so obviously you're going to see that business, right? That's standard. That was expected, right, Wolf?
Right.
Now, the other thing is, I heard what you said on the video. Now, to me, what I got was amazing. Number one, I spoke to Wolf, and I said to Wolf, I said, remember I told you, Dee, about, and you heard it, right?
Yes.
About the two drops, right? Q drop 4868 and 1296. Now, 4868 in the Q drops is very important because that comes directly from General Flynn. That's a post that he attached to the Q drops, right? Which talks about us being digital soldiers fighting a battle not on our choosing. So the digital battleground, right? We've got the physical battleground and we've got the digital battleground, which is right here.
Yeah.
Now, what does it say here at the crux of it is facts and sound analysis. To me, facts, evidence, and receipts, logic, that's what I get. So General Flynn is saying that read, listen, and understand, comprehend, and respond with facts and sound analysis, logic, facts. That's what we do. That's how digital soldiers fight back, right? And that's what we do. So it was called the Rod of Iron Ministries. That's right, Wolf. Thank you.
Oh, there it is. So, yeah. I knew it had something to do with iron.
So basically, what happened is Wolf quoted 4868, and he said to General Flynn, do I have your permission to play the video, Wolf, to say yes or no? So basically it was Q drop 4868, and also Q drop, it was 1296, which is these drops I speak about, and obviously the others don't, because they know the grifters don't like it because it talks about monthly payments. You know what that is, subscriptions. All they care about is making money. And then it gives us Q plus President Trump's take on what's coming for them. Justice, right? So that's why it's directly under those drops, right? So, Wolf, is that okay if I continue with the video? Just put a yes answer,
Yeah.
please, just so I can
He said
continue.
yes. Yeah, he said I see yes up here.
He said yes.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is, I'm going to play the video clip in its entirety.
Okay.
Then we're going to go through it and I'll explain my take, and you can add yours as well. I'd like to hear what you have to say.
Okay.
Because it's very important to get our perspective on things.
Okay.
Okay. Let me just see if I can just roll it here. But in the meantime, guys, how about a thumbs up? Great comments. Let's share this around the place. Let's do our bit together. Where we go one, we go all. We're all in this together, and we all need to do our bit, don't we, Dee?
That's right. That's right. It's ground forces. So
Exactly. So I'm going to roll the clip here. Let's see if it plays, Dee. I'm going to have to remove this stuff off. Hold on.
okay.
Here we go. And hopefully this plays. Oh, no, the wrong one.
Sharing my screen. There you go.
You'll get it right. Don't you worry. Here we go.
Citizen involvement in our country, right? Well, the first thing that you can do once you become an adult, you should sign up for the Selective Service. If you don't, it's actually against the law, right? Because in a time of war, that's why we have this thing called the Selective Service. So this is beyond voting, right? Voting would be next. So once you become an adult, you got to sign up for what's called the Selective Service, right? I mean, for those of you that joined, it doesn't matter. You did, right? Most people don't, and the government doesn't go after them. But I'm going to tell you, in a time of war, we're going to go get us the selective. If I was the president, I'd go, where's the Selective Service rolls, right? And what do we got? How many people can we put under arms right now? If our country was being assaulted by the Chinese coming over, the beaches of the Pacific, Newsom would probably welcome them in. So, with benefits. So, that's good. That's good. So, but then voting, just voting. So you don't have to go to some, event or a Tuesday night, group or whatever, or join the Rotary Club, but you better vote. Because what that gentleman just said about the sacrifices of millions of people dating back to the thousands that lost their lives when we did not have a country. We had colonies. They didn't know each other. They couldn't communicate with each other. Yet they had they had good leaders, and they had this idea that they were sick and tired of the tyranny, right? Of the yoke of tyranny. And they wanted freedom. They wanted to be done with this crown, right? I mean, responsibility. I would love to think that everybody can join the military. That's just not in everybody's DNA. It's not. I understand that. But go do something. Go do something. Yes, sir. Way in the back.
Yes, General, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for everything you do. Just one question. Probably not a lot of people are going to get it. Can you comment on 4868? And also, there's a two-part question. Can you say yes or no on 1296?
I'm looking at his face in the camera here. I can add those numbers up. I really don't know. I thought you were going to ask me about what Comey put in seashells or something. 80, right? I mean, I saw 86, 47. I mean, give me a break, right? Give me a break. Yes, sir. Way in the back. Way in the back.
Welcome home, sir.
Sign up for the service. If you don't,
Okay.
I'm going to start it over.
That was very interesting. And let me give you, you want to have your take first, and I can give you my analysis?
Go ahead. You go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. What I've gotten, Wolf, is basically comms. Number one, have a listen to what he said before you asked that question about that we're not all soldiers, physical soldiers, as in going out there in the battleground. It's not in our DNA. However, we got to do something. You heard that, right? You heard that, Dee?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I did. Yep.
So what is he alluding to? Well, think about it. 4868. Straight there, Wolf. Have a look at this. 4868 rings true right there, Dee, because we all don't have it in our DNA to go out there and pick out, machine guns and go and slam people around the place, right? No. Digital soldiers. Have a look at that, ladies and gentlemen, how it all lines up perfectly. So think about this. We got to do something. We all don't have it in our DNA. Q-Drop 4868 says digital soldiers must fight on battlegrounds not of our choosing. Allowing tyranny to reign over liberty keeps us from breathing freedom's fresh air and informing our democracy of the grave threats our constitutional republic faces. Read, listen, understand, comprehend, and respond with facts and sound analysis. That is how digital soldiers fight back, right? America is a constitutional republic where supreme power is held by we, the people, through the duly elected representatives and not by any one media platform. So basically, what is he talking about? It's like that. It's like he knew what Wolf was going to say.
Yeah.
Have a look at that.
That is neat how he,
Put the god bumps.
he said those statements before Wolf asked him about the drop. But it's, it's a different battle. It's a different war now. We fought, you go back through time and you have antique weapons or archaic stuff and you move forward in time and hire bigger firepower. Well, this one is information war.
I've still got more. I got more. Have a listen to this.
Go.
Oh, yeah, I've always got more. And then he said about 1296, which is also to do with the grifters, right? And also, who are the real patriots? Who are the ones that have sacrificed everything? The military. So he's talking, everything's relating to what he's saying, right? So it's all to do with, and I get it, Wolf, that was spot on. And you know what? He gave you comms, and I'll tell you the comms he gave you. He said about adding numbers up. I don't know what they mean, but he does. He can't tell you, but it's relevant to what he said before. But he added the numbers up. Add the numbers up. What do we do, ladies and gentlemen? How many coincidences before you call it mathematically impossible? When we do comms, ladies and gentlemen, we use mathematics. He's giving you the hard comms there. What do you reckon, D?
I think so.
So
And,
take it as a win.
Yes,
Wolf.
take it a win.
Win.
That was good. And on the surface, it didn't seem like to the people in the crowd, but
You get it.
different. Yeah, different. So I would take that as a yes.
That's it. And the thing is, he answered you. And then obviously he spun it around. Remember, you're speaking to General Flynn, the highest of the highest when it comes to military intelligence. He came out of Fort Bragg. Military intelligence, Fort Bragg also has 4th and 8th Division of Psychological Operations Group based out of there. These guys work together, okay? And then he used it. Did you see how he spun it around about James Comey? That was genius.
Yeah, that was really good because it related to it and it seemed palatable to the people around, So yeah, he played that one very well, and you did good, Wolf. You did good.
You did, Wolf.
You did.
Take it as a compliment, brother. That's what you got to take it as.
Yeah.
And think about this, right? It wasn't the right time to give him this. It's not the right time.
Yeah.
The time will come.
It will.
Because I know you've been asking me, and it's not like I've been ignoring you, but I know it's not the right time. I trust my intuition.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, Wolf, right? He gave you the comms that you needed to hear.
Mm-hmm. And a lesson, to take back, right? Because that's confirmation for us to know that
Exactly.
go tell them this is right. Yeah. This is right.
Exactly. So Tim Brown, welcome to the show. Look, we got Tim here. Is this a new show? Never seen it. Well, welcome.
Welcome, Tim. We're glad to have you. This is the Real Nesara Show, and we are bringing the facts, evidence, and receipts about the real Nesara, which was written by my father, Harvey F. Barnard, first released in the public domain in 1996, and then subsequently in his book, Draining the Swamp, the Nesara Story, where he not only releases the bill, his proposed bill, but all of his history, all of the research, all of the equations, and also he does talk. My father died in 2005, but he talks about the grift up until that point. So welcome. Yeah, if you're not familiar with what's going on, check out the Kraken. You can tell them about that.
Yeah, Tim Brown, welcome to the show. Well, I'm glad you like it. So we
like you.
The way we work here, Tim, is like, look, for example, there are those that go out there, we call them the fakers or grifters, whatever you want to call them. And they go out there and they spread lies and deceptions, right? And what we're trying to do is because we get called conspiracy theorists, we get called all sorts of names, right? Now, what we're trying to do is put the word truth in the word movement to mean something again. Because what they've done is these entities out there have gone and they've used deception, lies, fake NDAs, and everything you could possibly imagine to hoodwink people. And then what happens is they go out there and they represent the truthers, really. They should be called the fakers. That's what they should be. And what we're about is about putting the truth back into the word movement. And Dee, her father wrote this book, this amazing book, Draining the Swamp, and created the proposal for the real Nesara, Dee. Isn't that right?
That's
the real one. Yes.
Yeah, the National Economic Stabilization and Recovery Act was the name of Harvey's bill. I'm read in.
So would you like to get a copy? You can get a copy of this book. It's an amazing book.
Yes.
Okay. Where can we get it, Dee?
Just say once again. Website. You can put the website address up there and go to that website. There's several different links. It's available in paperback or in a Kindle version. And again, my father wrote the original bill in the early 90s. He brought it up to Washington. As you can imagine, it was not well received. And then he subsequently released the bill in 1996. And shortly after that, all the trouble began. But he put out this edition in 2005, which was the year, unfortunately, he passed away of natural causes. I get that question a lot. Was your father murdered? No.
Oh, yeah, because of the CIA business.
No, he wasn't murdered.
God.
I can tell you he died of natural causes right here in a local hospital. And then 20 years later, it's about 3 years ago,
There's your dad.
It's a story. So I got back involved. So
there we go. Real people, real solutions. That's Dee and her father.
Yeah.
Dr. Harvey F. Barnard.
Yeah, North Louisiana. We were visiting his mom up there at the time. So. Yeah.
And that's what we're all about, real stuff.
Yeah.
Not the fake crap. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No.
Well, thank you for your compliment, Tim. I see that. Thank you. Appreciate it.
No, we're very happy to have you here, Tim. And look, welcome to the Freedom Channel broadcast as well. I mean, we got a lot of things. Hopefully you tune in tomorrow to the Treachery Decode. Yeah. I do what they call a decoder's den based on facts, evidence, and receipts. Everything that I produce and we do together, it's all produced on facts, evidence, and receipts. That's the way you counteract the fakers. You know what I mean? That's how it is.
We're not going to bring it up unless we can back it up. And I don't make projections, period, because I can't read the future. So we just bring it, and this is what we know now. So
exactly, we don't read crystal balls or tarot cards or crap like that. No, it's real hardcore facts here, guys. Because you know what? I mean, we don't like to be lied to, right? I don't like it. I'm sure you don't like it, and that's why we don't do it to anybody else. Okay,
right.
We have a conscience. That's the difference. They don't. Because you know what, guys? You heard what Dee and I said the other day. What did we say? Do you remember? We challenged them.
Oh, yeah. We invited them to please come on the show. I am open to debate. I am not afraid. I will talk to anyone.
Neither am I.
And right. And so if you want to come, I'll bring my facts, evidence, receipts along with FC, and you bring yours, and let's open it up. Let's find out.
Yeah, and please don't bring your NDA with you. Just do us a favor, and any of that garbage, keep it aside. And can you think about this? I mean, they got nothing. They just wouldn't do it because you know why? They know that if they came here, their followers would come in here and say, go for it. Show them what's what, right? And in the end, we hand them their ass with all the facts and receipts because we've got nothing to hide, right? They've got plenty to hide.
Right.
And their followers end up becoming our part of our family here. And they don't want that happening, do they?
No.
That's the problem.
No, I think I encourage people, like I said, if you are so inclined, don't support them. Like I said, unsubscribe.
Well, we're about the great awakening. They're about the great
Yeah.
faking. You know what I mean?
That's a funny way of putting it. I like that.
Well, it's true.
Yeah.
I mean, we're
Right.
about awakening minds, empowering people. We're the great awakening. They're the great faking. That's the way I see it.
I enjoy doing this and bringing it out and letting people know what's going on. And again, if this is something that people want as their monetary and fiscal policies, then we have to. It's up to us to bring it about.
So there's Tim Brown's little statement there. I've been manifesting Nesara for 10 years.
Well, it's all in this book, like I said, and it is up to us. Now, Harvey's bill was never passed. Okay, so clear that up, right away.
Yes.
He never knew the Bushes. He never knew the Clintons. He was not a CIA agent. That's the bill that he took up to Washington. That's the disc that he actually saved the book on. And
that goes more than 10 years. That goes.
Oh God, yeah. Well, he
that's
worked on this his whole
95,
life.
guys. Look at there.
Yeah, you heard my mom. He worked on this his whole life, and it was early '90s when he brought it up to Washington. So, yeah, there you have it.
So we got everything, guys. We got all the facts, evidence, and receipts coming out of our wazoo. And we're not afraid to show it. I mean, what would they come and show? Their books that they've made. They might as well put it in the fiction section because it's all a bunch of fiction anyway.
It is. Yeah. It's sad.
And guys, 5-minute warning. Anyone else would like to ask a question?
Yeah.
You've got 5 minutes. Right?
Okay, great.
Put a cue,
that worked
and
for
then
me.
Come on, guys. This is your opportunity. And don't forget, please hit the like button because we're dealing with algorithms. Unfortunately,
please.
You know what I mean? And algorithms basically can be programmed. And we know who does the programming, the ones up the top, right?
Right.
And it's not in our favor. No, it's in the favor, unfortunately, of the other side because it means money for them. Now, what we need to do is organic root, what do you call it? Grassroots style.
Right.
Okay, let's get the message out there. We've got to smash it. Everyone's got to do their bit. Everyone, get your message out. Get the message out there. Let them know this exists. The real truth exists. And I challenge people. That's what I say. Why don't you say to people, hey, you've heard all the fiction. You've heard all the garbage.
Yeah.
Isn't it time that you heard the other side, which is the real truth? And then you can make a call.
Right. And then that's what you should do. You should get all the evidence before you, make a decision or make a move.
Okay, so Tina Chemicals, give me a sec. I'll find your question. Okay, because she said, no, I'll find it. Don't worry.
Do you have a question?
Yeah, you know what happens is things get lost. Chat moves very quickly.
Oh, okay.
And it can be very difficult sometimes, guys. I get it, but we appreciate your patience.
Yes.
Let's see. Can you see it? It's from Tina Chemicals. Tina, can you just sort of dot it up there again, please?
Oh, ask one. You said I asked one earlier and you skipped it. So let me see here. If I can.
Oh, did you? Okay, we can go hunting together.
Scroll back up and see if I can find it.
Because, look, there's a lot going on, guys. Oh, XRP, fake or real? Go and watch The Kraken. Greg, I think I'll explain that one. Where do we find The Kraken? Here on the Freedom Channel broadcast on Rumble. Paul Avery? I think I said it right. Paul Avery? Yeah, go here on the Freedom Channel broadcast, the main channel, and you will find it here on Rumble. Okay, right there for you. And also, because let me tell you something about YouTube. YouTube basically is very, shall we say, a fickle monster. Paul, obviously he's okay, hold on. Paul's on YouTube, right? So I've got to get him to come onto Rumble because the way YouTube works is you put things that they don't like up there or things like music that they don't want to hear, that it breaches their little copyright business. They have a hissy fit and they don't put it up. And they give us that kind of grief because of, one little clip of some little music clip that goes against their, copyright bullshit. They just crack it, So Paul, yeah. Just give me a moment while I'll sort that out, right? Isn't it lovely? I love all these new people joining, D. I'm so excited.
I love it. I'm wondering if Tina can just repeat her question. I went up, but I couldn't find her. Can she just type in her Tina? If you're still with us, retype your question, babe.
That'll be great.
Yeah.
So
then it'll pop
there
up
we
at the
go.
bottom.
It'll be up there. It's sort of spinning around. It's thinking. Paul, did you see that one? It should be over there in Rumble, FCB Network on rumble.com / You would be able to see that. No, you're welcome, Paul. Thank you. I love new people joining and learning and stuff like that. That's all we're about, empowering people, So yeah, Tina, please put that back up there again. Okay, here's one from Stephen. All right. Stephen 5 Theta Kappa Honor Society. Here we go for you, D.
Okay. Do you know when digital ID is going to go into effect in the USA? I do not, and I hope it never does. I don't know that I will get my wish, but I am not for that. Again, it's one more step toward a digital currency and a tokenization of assets, which gives whatever entity owns that information complete control over you, your purchasing, your ability to and your privacy. No, not a fan. Not a fan.
Let me talk to you about that one real quickly. President Trump recently just came out not long ago. I don't know if you saw it, D, when he was with basically talking about health. So RFK Jr., all the rest of the gang were there, the usual suspects, right? He was doing his little spiel. And he said that privacy is important. Privacy. Well, I would liken that to being privacy as well. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now, digital ID is basically think about this. They've already got your license, the details, your photos, this, that, the other, right? So what they're trying to use is this digital ID way of trying to control.
It's
all about control.
biometrics, isn't it?
It's biometrics and all that. But they've been using biometrics. You go to the airport now, and you put when you stand there and you put the passport into the machine, the scanner, it actually scans your biometrics. So basically matches whatever's on that passport to your face, right? Now, what angle I've noticed as well is they're using this angle of, see, you won't have to wait that long at the airport anymore. That's the angle, right? So, for example, they've got this little express lane, right? And basically people are just going through it without even having to have their passport and all that. And they're trialing this digital ID business, okay, over in some Arabic country, Saudi Arabia, one of those countries over there. So realistically speaking, digital ID, I mean, it's like this, digital money. We've been using digital money. We've been holding a plastic card for how long?
Right.
Do you know what I'm saying? So it's basically we are moving into a different era. AI, this, that, the other. And President Trump needs to have control over the infrastructure. That's what he's got to do.
Right. Well, what you just said about it's convenient. Let me jump in right there.
Yeah.
It's back to what we talked about last week.
What
we
it is.
have traded our freedom for security. Cash is dangerous. You can't have that. Again, this is convenient. Well, sure. Where do I sign up? And that's the point, to bring it all into one centralized place, right? Where they control it all. Who is they? Well, the people with all the information,
Well, think about it from this perspective.
Interest
Right?
companies.
You got social media. People are sitting there, happy, snappies, faces, this, that, the other. They didn't realize they're being sucked in. You know what I mean?
Right.
They didn't realize it was called LifeLog, number one, that was created by DARPA. That's all factual.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Then it came to Facebook. They think that some Mark Zuckerberg came up with it all. No, he was the front man, the stooge, right? Like the puppet, the degenerate puppet that did it, right? The one that did all the hard work was behind the scenes, DARPA, right? And all these other entities. Now, the other thing is as well, we're talking about TikTok. I'll be speaking about that in Treachery as well in detail. I think it's very important that people know why President Trump is doing what he's doing. Right? Now, the CCP were in control of TikTok before. The control of, think about it, what data? They knew a lot about people.
Mhm.
They knew a lot about them all. And then they had all their facial bullshit going on as well. You know, algorithms. We know what the algorithm were used for. Weapons, conditioning. Remember?
Right.
You want to talk about MK Ultra? That was MK. Well, there would been MK Ultra every which way, you know,
Right.
possible. That was another way of conditioning people to have a 6-second memory of a goldfish, right?
Right.
Now, who are the takers now that are taking over, shall we say, TikTok? Oh, we're going to put Baron on the board to be the one in charge. No. No.
Right.
Who's the one that's actually funding it? That's the question you got to ask yourself.
Follow
And
the
that's
money.
where the treachery comes into play.
That's
And
gonna be
President Trump is bringing it over, number one, to take it out of control of the CCP. And then it seems like it's going into one hand, from one piece of, you know, shall we say, the worst of the worst to the other piece of the worst of the worst. It's going to seem that way, right?
Right.
But President Trump has got to take control over everything, just like the big pharma, just like everything else, to be able to destroy it in the end, to take control. It's got to be done that way, D. It has to.
I agree. And so, but it becomes down to the philosophies that we've discussed here. You know, Harvey talked about the monetary and fiscal policies based on the philosophy of freedom before convenience, or before security and privacy. And that's what the bill will bring back to you. I did see Tina's question. If you want to go to that.
One thing on convenience, one more question. One more thing about convenience. We're talking about digital ID. Bang.
Yeah.
What was the other thing they wanted convenience? The chip.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Remember these people, these idiots going out there, oh, I've got a chip, and they're going around, oh, it's convenient. I can unlock my doors and go to the vending machine and get a Coke, all that sort of stuff. Convenience. That's how they get people. Yeah.
Until they turn it off, and they turn off, they turn off your code for your money, and then, you know, it's worthless.
That's right.
Absolutely.
And there's more questions coming your way. So.
Okay. All right. So Tina asked I saw her.
Yeah,
She's
go for
in a car wreck, and in the middle of the
How far down is it?
I'm just reading it off the chat right here, but it says, I was in a car wreck and in the middle of a lawsuit.
There it is.
With changes coming, will my lawsuit ever settle? I don't know. The policy, the bill doesn't. Now he talks about civil law, but only in retrospect of a historical standpoint, and how it how the courts were separated to end us up in a merchant capacity as far as being commercial, part of the corporation, as FCB says. But as particulars on lawsuits, no, there's no mention in the bill of that kind of thing. So sorry about that. I couldn't answer that.
So Greg's got this one here.
I hope you do well.
So basically, are we moving from a digital world replacing cash? Well, have a look at what's going on. I mean, as I said, how long have these cards been around? These credit cards and cards, plastic cards, a long time. They've been getting you acclimatized. That's the thing. It was all acclimatized. You were holding onto that physical thing. Oh, that's cash. That thing is right there. That is cash. It goes back to the School of Athens business. You remember that one we spoke about? About the
right. The something
Play-Doh,
tangible or something that you theory that of it's this is like table ness, you know. That's what money is. No, money is something tangible you can hold in your hand.
Yes.
But then that goes all the way back to the behavioral modification. Okay. And it's been going on for decades. Okay. It's a slow roll. Okay. A slow, what did I use the word the other night? Herding. It's just a slow herding. Okay. And now you got kids today that don't know any different. That's the world they were born into. So
we've been living with digital money for a long time, guys, in essence.
Yeah. I recommend a movie. I think I recommended it on the last show. It's an old movie, and it's called Sneakers. Anybody out there that's seen that movie, Sneakers? It was with Robert Redford, and I think Sidney Poitier was in it. I believe Dan Aykroyd was in it. It's a really good movie. Point being that it shows you about the ones and the zeros, and if you understand what's going on there, again, a long time ago, we were told
think about
We
this.
were
They
told.
always put things in front of your face.
Yeah.
That's how they work. And they laugh about it. It's like the science fiction crap. No, it's nothing science fiction about it.
Right.
They've been getting us used to it. Will Junior reappear soon? Okay. Now, let me tell you about, obviously, we're talking about JFK Jr. here.
Mm-hmm.
Now, as I said in the Q drops, it says about that business, right? Which I'll go to that Q drop, which is very important, very quickly, D.
Okay.
Right? Now, Q says in Q drop 2611. Let's go to 2611. Now, we're going to follow what General Flynn says, using facts and then using also logic, right? Very important. Now, fact is JFK Jr. alive? And Q says no. Well, let's think about that for a moment. When does a junior become a senior? It's when the senior no longer is around, right?
Mm-hmm.
In other words, has gone, So in other words, that you could take it from that perspective as well.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, things cannot be revealed. And if now the other thing is too, which I can tell you right now, and I can vouch for this, and I've seen it. I've got the video somewhere. RFK Jr. during an interview was asked whether JFK Jr. was alive and if you can scratch your nose. And I've got the whole video, the whole interview. I downloaded it from the interviewer. He scratches his nose.
Huh.
So in other words, what is that telling you? In other words, he's giving us, hey, I can do this, but I can't basically say it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So realistically speaking, is it possible? I'm talking about possibilities.
Yeah.
Anything is possible.
Anything is possible. Yeah.
Well, they've got witness protection programs. That's real. That's true. But realistically speaking, would it be a witness protection program if they told you about it, that they got certain? No, they wouldn't. They wouldn't protect anybody.
No.
So
a witness protection program.
all we can do is go by what's proven, what is factual. Like I just said, a statement. Number one, he's saying no under that name because a senior he can become a senior. Remember when the senior is gone,
Right.
meaning his father.
Mm-hmm.
That's logical. That makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I understand. I understand.
And the thing
and
is
how about
also what's factual as well. There are political decoys that do exist. That's all factual, proven.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm just going to leave it
That'll
there.
answer his question. Yeah. Hopefully that'll answer his question.
Yep. What's this one here from Randy Spurlock? Thank you, Randy.
Okay, what does it mean to restore financial privacy? Good question. Right now, the IRS knows everything about you, right? And I do mean everything. On your returns, you have to tell them how many kids you have, where you work, how much you make, what did you spend your money on? And they decide if you qualify for a deduction and how much you pay. With Harvey's Nesara, it is a national sales tax. So you pay your tax at the register. Okay. It's what you consume. Keep your receipt. Don't keep your receipt. Doesn't matter. Nobody needs it unless you want to return something later. The sales tax, the national sales tax is collected by that retailer. And that's how it's sent to the general fund. Right now, people might think, oh my God, that's so much work. Everybody has sales tax anyway, statewide sales tax. Those systems that are already in place would be utilized by the new tax system. In other words, the Internal Revenue Service goes away and it's replaced by a national sales tax system, which will utilize the systems already in place. And think about how much money that would save the government. But that's how you get your privacy back. They don't need to know that you went to Taco Bell or Burger King, or like I said, how much you spent at the movies last night or whatever. That's your private business. So by having a consumption tax as opposed to an income tax, then you get your privacy back.
One thing I want to get rid of that word government, and I'll tell you why. In Latin, Govern means to steer, and anything with the word
Steer the mind.
MENT means the mind.
Yeah.
I don't want them steering no one's mind, okay?
Mhm.
And in fact, I don't want them interfering in our daily lives. I don't think it's necessary. You
It's
know
more
what I
of an
mean?
independent philosophy. You know?
Yeah.
And that's what you need to look at things like you were saying. You were going to talk about the left, right,
Oh,
Barnard, and that's great. You know, that's all that is controlled dissent. It's just it's something to keep you arguing back and forth. So
it's going to blow your mind.
yeah, but you have to look at the philosophies behind these things, right? What is the goal? And so independence and freedom and sovereignty is what Harvey's Nesara is proposing. So,
There's no one right there for you.
just look at the first 5 amendments, which isn't pissed on daily by both parties in some way or form. This conversation of they and them skirts the basic concept of continuity of government. Yes, that is a correct statement. I agree with that. Yeah, because
No,
the
they've been
government.
pissing on us for a very long time.
Right. Well, back to, as we started out, I don't remember which chapter it was, but they wanted to create utopia for everyone. Not only does it, they believe they're solving problems, but it helps them get reelected, right? This group needs that, and that group needs this, and then, oh yeah, well, I'm going to get money if I help this or help that. And by trying to create a utopia for everyone, it has turned into a swamp for everyone. What did he say on the way? Oh, Harvey said on the way to utopia, it turned into a swamp. It ended in a swamp. That's how he said it. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's become a sewer.
Yeah, the path to utopia ended in a swamp. That's what he said. So.
Yeah. Guys, I think that was very well. I really appreciate the questions. That was amazing.
Oh, I know. I love them. I love the questions. So.
And we really thank you for your support, and thank you. No question is a silly question, right? None. Okay, and I want to say thank you to those that have joined, and welcome.
Yes, I'm very excited. Thank y'all so much. And yeah, like I said, if I can't answer it, I won't, and I'll try to get you an answer if it's something within my purview that I can do. In fact, I've got some notes for next time for answers. And again, if you want to throw that email address up there, FC, if you have a question, email me. Okay. Like I said, I answer my emails, and I'll do the best to find the answer as it pertains to Nesara and to draining the swamp, the Nesara story. Don't forget to get your copy, because we do this book study every week. So make sure you jump on there and get your copy so you can keep up with us. Next week, we're going to do chapter 7.
Chapter 7.
Yes, and that's going to be a good one. It's called "What's in It for Me," and I'm gonna work on some graphics that kind of really get down to the basics, because I know we have a lot of people who are interested in some specific effects that it would have on them and their family, and that those are important questions. And so I think that'll be the route we'll take.
Oh, it's a great stuff. I mean, I love Harvey's book. I really appreciate the hard work that man has done.
It does. And it's so simple to read. I mean, he really brought it down to earth. So, well,
that's the thing. I mean, it's real issues, real people, real solutions. I mean, Harvey didn't say, oh, we got all this stuff, all these issues, but not focused on the solution. And that's what I say to people too busy focusing on the problem rather than focusing on the solution. Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah. And they're too busy focused on non-issues, fake problems, right? And I said, how does an issue become an issue? Because someone made it an issue, right? It's like I said, if the time and energy that was spent on pseudo Nesara all these years had been spent on a legitimate piece of legislation, a proposal that would actually give us a solid base, it would be done by now. But the people have to be educated, and then they have to say, yes, I want this. Harvey always saw this as a people's movement. Again, they're not going to give it to us. I believe President Trump is steering us the right direction, and I'm extremely happy about that. So.
Tim, you want to answer that one real quick?
Could you tell us your dad's occupation, and did Bill Clinton sign this there? Okay, good. Both good questions. Okay, take the first one first. My father was a systems theorist, which is a systems analyst. He did this for a lot of the industrial plants. What that is he would go in and he would look at their systems, the operating systems, and figure out where the problem was and fix that problem. And whether he would invent something to fix it or what he would make suggestions. He had many different clients. Now, that being said, when he looked at a problem, he made sure that everything was taken into consideration. Every portion has to work in a closed system. Everything has to work or the whole thing falls apart. Right. So he took that knowledge and laid it over our monetary and fiscal problems here in this country and designed the solution. Okay. And he did this as his life's work all the way back to, like I said, he actually went up there in the 90s, early 90s to present his bill. Second question, did Bill Clinton sign Nesara? No. To my knowledge, no.
See that?
And if you ask my mom, we've done an interview with her, no. He did not know the Clintons and he did not know the Bushes, and that's you have the letter. Okay,
I've got it all. That's your.
You got it. You saved it. Okay, of course you did. This was a letter that came from Bill Clinton's. This was after he was president, and Harvey had asked him to sponsor, the legislation, be an activist or proponent for it. Now, this came from Clinton's press or secretary, chief of staff. And of course it was a thank you very much, but no. So I hope that answers your question.
The problem is obviously, okay, the dove of dumbness, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're going out there and we know, obviously, they went in and tarnished your dad's name, just like Mr. James Rink, okay, with his stupid movie Changes on the Horizon. Yeah. I'm sure the change is on the horizon for him coming very soon. Now, think about this. He's gone out there, discredited him. It all comes from the double oneness. They all go out there, discredit Harvey's work. Mm-hmm. Now, they go out there and they say, the real Nesara pastor, not the one that Harvey Barnard did. You know what I mean? They go by that little pretense. Mm-hmm. Okay, no. They like you've heard that garbage that they say. That's not the case. Mm-hmm. That they signed it with an NDA, the gag orders, and they did it in the middle of the night and God knows whatever else. Mm-hmm. And apparently Joe Biden was involved. The worst of the worst again.
Okay.
That was funny. And that's the thing. I mean, don't believe the garbage. I know, Tim, you would have heard that little storyline, how Bill Clinton signed it in secrecy and that the NDA gag order business would have, you would have heard that garbage as well.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Exactly. Well, let's put some critical thinking over it. As I understand the fake story, Bill Clinton was held at gunpoint by his own military. Now, he's the commander-in-chief, and he's being held at gunpoint by his own military to sign the bill. And I believe George Bush Sr. was involved in that, supposedly. Then George Bush's son gets elected, right? And stages 9/11 to prevent it from being released. None of that makes any sense. That's point number one.
Doesn't.
Point critical thinking. Point number two is that would have been some over 20 years ago, 25 years ago. In all of that time, knowing our Washington politics as we do you really think that someone would have kept it a secret? Okay.
Because that's how they worked on
it. If it so suited their purposes, they would have screamed it to the rafters. Okay. From the congressman, congresswoman on down to the aides, they thought they could make some money off of it by telling people they would.
The problem is that there are people that are still half asleep. Like I got somebody in the chat, unfortunately. I don't know if you've seen it.
No, I haven't looked. So.
Yeah, no, there's a character there, unfortunately, that thinks that we're being misleading people, misinforming them. No. Okay. Go and watch the Kraken 6, part 1 to 4.
Well, I challenge. Okay, I challenge your viewer here. Bring me the bill.
Yeah, okay, yep, okay, right. Lord,
legally,
let's bring it up there. Okay. You can challenge them directly.
Okay. So it's actually legally the National Economic Security and Reformation Act. Please don't misinform. Thank you.
Yeah.
Bring me the bill. I have asked and asked and asked. Never seen a copy of it. No one can produce it.
Oh, yes.
So if you are the lucky one that has it, I'm eternally grateful. My email address is on the screen. Send it to me.
No, it's still under gag order, apparently. D, you know what I mean? You know, and you know what that means. You know, you're not going to see it because it doesn't exist. That's why. And as I said, what's your name? Nordstjourna, whatever your name is. Yeah, we've challenged these entities out there, like Dr. Scott Young, Mr. James Rink, Mr. Nick Alvier, Charlie Ward, and the gang. Those that go around saying all this garbage, to bring their facts, evidence, and receipts on the show. And if they got the balls, I suggest they come and do it. And not to bring their NDAs with them or their gag orders, because that's not going to fly. What we work here is with pure facts, evidence, and receipts. And all we got is all of that, facts, evidence, and receipts. What they've got is thin air. And that's what I'm saying. That's why they're being challenged. We've given them these details. No. So why don't you go take your grievances out with them and find out who's really lying instead of coming here and telling us that we're misinforming when you don't even know, you haven't even bothered to see all the facts and receipts on the Kraken 6, 1 to 4. You don't bother to watch this whole show that we've done. How many shows so far? 6 or 7 shows.
This is our 7th show together. Yeah.
And you come here and you make a statement like you farted from the corner of the room. No. Sorry, D. I had to.
Look,
I can be a bit nasty sometimes.
If you have a copy of this proposed act that was passed, that Shanae Goodwin started in 2000 or 2001, saying that it was secretly passed, I am all about it. Okay, believe me, I would love to see it.
Yeah, I would love to see it too. I mean, you're sitting there and you're coming up with these statements and you're saying about us misinforming people. Well, we've been producing nothing but the hardcore facts, evidence, and receipts. Seriously, go and ask them where their hardcore facts, evidence, and receipts is, and don't let them gaslight you by saying they signed NDAs. Okay, because that's how they've been getting away with it.
Yeah.
Sorry, Dee. I caught you off guard with that one, didn't I? I've been good. You must admit, I have been a good man.
You've been well behaved. Yeah.
I have been well behaved, but sometimes, the Kraken comes out.
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. I call it as it is, guys. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. You go for a love.
All right. I'm so glad y'all are here this evening. This has been a whole lot of fun, and we are looking forward to next week here on the Real Nesara Show. We will see you guys then. Thanks.
God bless you all.
All right. Talk to you soon.
Bye.
I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh Lord, and I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Oh Lord, can you feel it coming in the air tonight? Oh Lord, oh Lord. Well, if you told me you were drowning, I would not lend a hand. I've seen your face before, my friend, but I don't know if you know who I am. Well, I was there and I saw what you did. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. So you couldn't wipe off that grin. I know where you've been. It's all been a pack of lies. And I can feel it coming in the air tonight. say it's the first time